get the hit.
Introducing the Well-Turned Collection. At Ashley, our dining furniture is made for all of life's moments. Be ready for every occasion with a table that extends and instantly any space. Discover looks made for moments big and small. Only at Ashley.
COPD hasn't been pretty. It's tough to breathe and tough to keep wondering if this is as good as it gets. But Trelegy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath to be had. Because with 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open and prevents future flare-ups. And with 1 dose a day, Trelegy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Watts Daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
Most people call leaf filter when their gutters are clogged and they notice one of the many issues that can bring. Well, sometimes it's the smell of mildew when water has seeped into the interior walls, or maybe they've spotted mold in the attic. But most often, it's the more obvious signs of damage, like rotten soffit, fascia, or water pooling near their foundation. You can get ahead of costly damage by protecting your home's gutters today. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
Mopping is hard work. Then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact. Plus, its 360-degree swivel head cleans up along baseboards and even behind the toilet. Bye-bye, bucket, with the Swiffer Power Mop.
After a car crash, the big insurance companies you see advertising on TV, they may try to downplay your case and might say it's only a fender bender or it's just a herniated disc. I worry that some law firms fall for this BS. Not us. We put ourselves in your shoes and ask, what would it be like to be in your pain for the rest of our lives? $1 million wouldn't be enough for me. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Kick off to savings with Aqua Living's Red Tag Clearance Sale. All hot tub swim spas and cold plunge tubs are tagged with huge savings for you. Save over 40% off MSRP. Hot tubs starting at $22.99. 18 models under $45.99. Catalina swim spas that heat or chill the water. Cold plunge tubs that chill to 37 degrees. Get 60 months no interest financing with 0 money down. Red tags are out and you'll score huge on American-made hot tubs and swim spas at Aqua Living's Red Tag Clearance Sale. Go to shophottubs.com.
Good afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Nicholas Snyder here. We have a tornado warning in place for northeastern portions of Lawrence County, Ohio, southwestern portions of Gallia County, Ohio. This is until 3:15 p.m. and we're looking at a pretty tight circulation here just in the far northeastern portion of Lawrence County right now. This is just to the southwest of Cadmus, northwest of Arabia. This is State Route 141 right here. Very rural area. This is moving to the northeast. Let's get some information on this. Moving to the northeast at, I believe, 35 miles an hour is what they had this from the National Weather Service in Charleston here. We'll get you a confirmation on that. This is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. We're going to track this for you from the center of that circulation here. This is in Lawrence County, Ohio, far northeastern Lawrence County, Ohio here. So moving up toward Jackson County, it's to the west of, or rather to the east of State Route 93, and again to the west of State Route 141, just to the southwest of Cadmus right here is that circulation that we're looking at here on our radar picture. Want to give you a track on here, give you a look at what we're seeing here northeast at 25 miles an hour. and we will track this for you right here, and we'll give you some times on what you need to do. Of course, if you're in the path of this, you need to go to your tornado safe place. That's a basement if you have one. If no basement's available, a small room near the center of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. Blankets, pillows, anything like that. Hopefully you have that phone charged up. We're streaming on the WSAZ app. If you don't have your phone, just turn up the TV as loud as you possibly can in this general area. And once we can give you an all clear, we will sound that all clear for you. Let's track this again. Northwest at 25 miles an hour. And this will go into Jackson County relatively quickly as it's exiting the tornado warning. So again, here's our times and our cities. This would be moving into the Oak Hill area by 3:30 p.m. Remember, this tornado warning expires at 3:15 p.m. So we'll see what the National Weather Service in Charleston decides to do. If it does continue to kind of be spinning like a top like it is right now, moving up into portions of Jackson County, Ohio here. Let's take a wider view. We'll show you who's in and out of this, because there's a lot of population in Lawrence County, Ohio, and in Gallia County, Ohio, but not everyone in these counties are included in this tornado warning. So inside the polygon, we've got Aid right here. We've got Cadmus and Gallia County. I was mentioning that. If you're in Ironton, you're not in this. If you're up toward, let's say, Crown City, you're just outside of this as well. If you're out toward Gallipolis, you're not in this. You don't need to do anything. It's Aid. It's places like Cadmus. And again, we'll get to some more cities as we zoom in here on our radar to give you a better idea of what's going on. Cadmus in western portions of Gallia County. Aid, again, State Route 775 from Aid all the way up to the Gallia County line here. State Route 141 from Cadmus down to State Route 775 here. Sherritt's, it looks like it's called, and then just a small portion of State Route 93 into portions of northern Lawrence County inside of this. Very rural area. Not a whole lot of population in this, but again, the tornado warning does continue for this circulation. Want to give you an idea of what we're looking at here. This is winds on our radar. And another thing too, you do not want to go out to try to see this. This is likely rain wrap situation. So you're seeing a lot of rain come down. You're hearing a lot of wind. You're not going to see this tornado if it does touch down. But what we're seeing here is a depiction of wind. Red is wind moving toward the radar. This orange and yellow is wind moving very rapidly away from the radar. And that's our tight circulation right there. We'll highlight it for you with some arrows here to give you an idea. Again, this is wind moving toward the radar. This is wind moving away from the radar, and that is our counterclockwise circulation right there along the Gallia-Lawrence County line. Want to mention this has weakened just a bit since they did issue the tornado warning, but we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. Again, the tornado warning until 3:15. This is not a confirmed tornado. I want to reiterate, this is a radar indicated situation. You're likely not going to see anything coming out of this. We also have a new tornado warning now. This one is for portions of, it looks like, Cabell County, West Virginia, portions of Boyd County, and this one does include Ironton and Ashland for this circulation down here. So now a new tornado warning that does include Ironton, does include Ashland. The circulation is just to the north of Ashland. This would be crossing State Route 93. This is a much more heavily populated area. Ashland, Ironton, you need to be in your tornado safe places now. That's a basement if you have one. If no basement's available, a small room near the center of your home away from windows. Mobile homes, you need to get out of that. No one should be driving in this area. Basically, US 52 all the way from Huntington or the Chesapeake area all the way up through that Scioto County line. So near Franklin Furnace, near the Greenup area, do not be driving. US 23, same deal. You want to stay off that road. State Route 93, pretty much all the way up to the Jackson County line if you're along State Route 93, because again, very, very heavily wooded area in this general town, and so you do not want to be driving along that. Ashland, everyone should be in their safe place. That's a basement, again, small room near the center of your home, away from windows on the first floor. If you do not have a basement available, go to the nearest bathroom, hallway, closet, anything like that. And again, turn up the TV as loud as you can. If you don't have a TV available, the app is streaming. Of course, a lot of people have had power outages to deal with for the day today. That's something you're going to want to do.
The National Weather Service in Charleston, West Virginia has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Boyd County in northeastern Kentucky, eastern Greenup County in northeastern Kentucky, southwestern Lawrence County in southeastern Ohio until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 2:53 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Coal Grove, moving north at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Ironton, Coal Grove, and Lake Vesuvius around 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Raceland, Russell, Flatwoods, Pedro, Belafonte, Hanging Rock, Westwood, and Wortland.
Fast winds included in these storms, and again, a tight circulation developing just to the northeast of Ashland. So Elizabeth, southern portions of Lawrence County, you need to be in that tornado safe place relatively quickly. We'll put a track on this one as well. We'll zoom out just a little bit to give you an idea of where this is headed and where you need to be taking shelter in the near-term future. Again, 2 tornado warnings for Lawrence County, Ohio, one for far, really northern portions of Boyd County, Kentucky, and then another one for really far southwestern portions of Gallia County. Let's track the further west tornado warning for you again right here. Again, northwest at 20 miles an hour is our speed here. And bear with me when I get the track on here. We can give you an idea of where this is headed. So this will be headed toward Elizabeth, 3:21 p.m. I'll put this times up here so you can see them. Elizabeth, 3:21 p.m. We're looking at Bonclay, 3:38 p.m., Lyra, 3:44 p.m., Ashley Corner, if it holds together once it heads into Scioto County, Ohio. This would be looking at 3:53 p.m. Again, if this all holds together. And these types of situations where you see tropical system tornado warnings, they're just brief little spin-ups. So likely these spin-ups will kind of die out, but right now they're spinning up. And again, you're not going to see it. There's very heavy rain. I'll go back to our radar picture to give you an idea of what we're seeing here. Look at all this rain that is coming up here. There is no chance really that you're going to see anything coming out of this. So you do not want to be outside. And if you're in any of the towns I mentioned, you need to be in that tornado safe place. I'll say it again, that's a basement if you have one. If no basement's available, that's fine. It's a small room near the center of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Mobile homes, probably a good idea to be in. Take your phone in that safe place. Find a place where you could turn the TV up if you don't have your phone or if your phone's not charged up. Remain in a safe place until we can sound that all clear. Ironton still, you need to be in that safe place. If you're in Aid, you need to be in that safe place. Anyone basically in northern Lawrence County right now, be in that safe place. Ironton along State Route 93 all the way up to the Jackson County line in Ohio, be in that safe place if you live in any of those areas. And if you don't live there but you know some people there, give them a phone call. That would be a very good idea, and have them turn on the TV or have them turn on their app so they can know when they can get out of their safe place. I do want to mention, I want to sound it all clear here, Ashland, Kentucky, looks like you are good to come out of your safe place. The tornado threat has really passed you. It's going to skirt just to the east of you. So Ashland, you're good right now. Anyone basically on the Kentucky side of this, you should be good. This is mainly an Ohio issue now. I want to also mention places like South Point, Ohio. You're good. Huntington, you're good. This does not include you. This is basically the western portion of Lawrence County, and then the second tornado warning, the northeastern portion of Lawrence County, and the far southwestern portion of Gallia County. Very rural spot in this tornado warning, but highly populated area near the Ironton area with this other tornado warning. Let's take a look back at our wind fields here, give you an idea of what we're seeing. And again, a couple circulations I want to highlight here. Let's track the, well, there's actually 3 circulations that I do want to highlight here. Let's track them all. This one right here, this is along State Route 141. This circulation, red is wind moving toward the radar. This yellow is wind moving away from the radar. Second circulation would be just to the northeast of Elizabeth, skirting just to the past of you. But again, Elizabeth, be on the lookout for this this circulation that's moving to the north and west at 25 miles an hour. This second tornado circulation is just to the northeast of Elizabeth. It's tracking to the north and west. So again, State Route 93. You're under the gun for seeing rotating areas of circulations too, and anyone along State Route 93 should be in a tornado safe place. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get to a substantial shelter. That's a nearby friends, neighbors, relatives' house, gas station, convenience store, restaurant, anything like that. And again, if you're driving along State Route 93, not a good idea, to be doing that. Find, again, a nearby gas station, convenience store, restaurant, and stay there until we can sound an all clear for you. Again, Ashland, you are in the all clear area. If you're outside of really Ohio, you should be in the all clear area. I'm looking for the National Weather Service chat to get an idea of what they're seeing on this circulation. So bear with me as I try to get some more information from the National Weather Service in Charleston as they're looking at things as I am here on the radar too. Coming out of the National Weather Service in Charleston, they're saying 2 tornado warnings with better cells currently located just east of Ashland, Kentucky, and southeast of Cold Grove, Ohio. And again, that's the circulation we're watching. So it looks like here, I do want to mention this secondary circulation I was just talking about, just to the north and east of Elizabeth, kind of sputtering out. But this circulation right here, still there. Again, Elizabeth, anyone along State Route 522 near Elizabeth, anyone along State Route 93, just to the north and east of Elizabeth, you need to be in that tornado safe place. All clears to sound now to northeastern Lawrence County. You have been dropped from the tornado warning. No more tornado warning for portions of Gallia County either. So if you're along State Route 775, near Arabia, if you're near Cadmus, if you're near Sand Fork, you're good to come out of your safe place. There is still this tornado warning, though, further to the south and west into Lawrence County for this circulation right here that we've been tracking, and this looks like it's kind of ramping up a bit. So Newcastle, Elizabeth, State Route 93, basically Elizabeth points south and west. You still need to be in that tornado safe place. Again, moving to the northeast at 20 miles an hour with this circulation that we are seeing, and we'll get you a better idea on arrival times for this circulation as it's moving to the north and east. Northeast at 20 miles an hour is the movement, and we're going to have to watch potentially if the National Weather Service in Wilmington decides to extend this into Scioto County as well. This is a difference in kind of National Weather Service coverage areas. Charleston issues warnings for this area. If you're up in Scioto County, though, you do not get issued from Charleston, you get issued from Wilmington. So they're going to have to look at their radar in Wilmington, Ohio to decide if they want to extend this into Scioto County. For now, it's just a Lawrence County, Ohio issue. Okay, Ellisonville, 3:10, be in your tornado safe place. Elizabeth, 3:19 p.m., be in that tornado safe place. Bon Clay, 3:36 p.m. by my watch, 3:03 p.m. right now. You have a little bit of time, but if you're within 20 minutes of this, be in that tornado safe place. And I want to reiterate, basement if you have one. If no basement's available, small room near the center of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Mobile homes, not a good idea. Vehicles, not a good idea. And even if you're outside of the tornado warning, I do want to reiterate, this storm is producing very, very gusty winds. Here in Huntington, for instance, back at the top of the hour, we were talking about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of this storm. So severe thunderstorm warnings with considerable damage. They're tagging this with 70-mile-an-hour wind potentially coming out of this storm. That will continue. So even if you're outside of the tornado warning, I would not be outside for this. Of course, you don't need to go to a tornado safe place, but be inside. That's a good idea. But right now, Ellisonville, Elizabeth, those are the places you need to be in that safe place. Again, I'll take off the track so you can really see what's going on here, where you need to go, some roads, some landmarks you can see. We're talking about State Route 93 to the north of Ironton. Do want to sound an all clear for Ironton. You're good to come out of your safe place. This is going to cross just to the north and west of you. This is the circulation right here. But Elizabeth, stay in that tornado safe place. Basically, along State Route 93 from Ironton here all the way up to Elizabeth and just to the north of Elizabeth. If you live north of Elizabeth but have an Elizabeth address, probably a good idea to remain in that tornado safe place. State Route 522, kind of same deal. If you have an Elizabeth address along State Route 522 but live just outside of town, good idea to be in that tornado safe place as well. North and west at 20 miles an hour, like I've been saying earlier. They've whittled back the box here. Again, Ashland, you're good to come out of your safe place. Ironton, you're good to come out of your safe place. The main spot you need to be is Elizabeth in that safe place, and we'll see how this circulation kind of ramps up or slows down as we move forward here into time. This is the circulation here. These darker reds, wind moving toward the radar. These yellows and oranges, wind moving away from the radar. And I want to reiterate, too, with systems like this, you're not going to see it all that well. Look at all this rain that's coming out of this storm. This is likely a rain wrap situation. If we are seeing any sort of tornadic activity with this, you're not going to see it. So do not be outside. I want to pull up another feature on our radar. This could track how we're seeing potential tornadic debris here. And if we are seeing it, that would be a concern that we would need to look at. Circulation on the northeast tornado warning. This is coming out of the National Weather Service in Charleston, by the way. From them, the circulation on the northeast tornado warning has weakened substantially just after issuing, and they canceled it. That's that one that was up into northern and eastern Lawrence County and southern and western Gallia County. But again, the circulation on this one right here, see that red polygon? That's why that tornado warning is still in place. But I want to see if we can see any debris coming out of this, and we would look for something here. This may be something that we could be seeing right here. This area of yellow is a lowering of what's called correlation coefficient. This tells us how similarly sized and shaped the objects are that the radar are hitting. And it could tell us if it's basically the reds, that's rain falling. If it's a different color, could be saying that it may be not rain falling. So I want to see if that's located in the same spot. It's not, so it's likely not tornadic debris that we're seeing, which is good. But still, that circulation is still there that we are seeing right here. And it still remains strong. Again, look at this very tight circulation here just to the north and east of Ironton. But again, it's moving this way. So people in southern and western portions, or rather southern and eastern portions of Scioto County here, need to be on the lookout for a tornado warning that potentially may be coming soon out of the National Weather Service in Wilmington. Again, we'll zoom back on in here, give you an idea of where this is headed. State Route 93, it looks like it's just about to cross that general area. Elizabeth still remain in that tornado safe place. Ironton, like I said earlier, you can come out. Ashland, same thing. And then we're going to continue to watch this as it moves into Scioto County. South Webster, kind of that general area, you could be next in line for this. Let's continue to track this to the north and west as it moves that way at 20 miles an hour. We'll give you more times here to give you an idea of exactly where this is headed here and what time you really need to be in that safe place. I'll put this marker over here so you can see. 3:14 p.m. Ellisonville, be in that safe place right now. Elizabeth, 3:23, like I've been saying, be in that safe place right now. Eventually, South Webster within the next hour, if it holds together. It's showing some signs of trying to want to hold together. It's still a pretty tight circulation here, as it is in southern and western portions of Lawrence County. But again, different National Weather Service offices, and they have a different view of this out in Wilmington, Ohio. So they may decide not to issue a tornado warning. Also, I want to point out there may be another circulation developing right here along the Kentucky-West Virginia border here near the Franklin Furnace area. We're going to have to watch that one closely as well. And see if that one decides to spin up into anything of significance. But the most significant one that we're seeing right now, of course, is into Lawrence County, where you see those deeper reds next to those brighter oranges and yellows here just to the south and east of Elizabeth. It's moving north and west, though. This is very atypical of what we see around our area too. But again, we're continuing to track this to the north and west. Again, it might be crossing State Route 93 at this point, if not very soon. It would be within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. And then again, it may cross into the Scioto County line with a new tornado warning relatively soon as well. Tight circulation here. Elizabeth, be in that safe place. Let's reiterate where that is. That's a basement if you have one. If no basement's available, a small room near the center of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Blankets, pillows, anything like that would be a good use of you as well. Take your phone in there. If you don't have a phone, turn your TV up as loud as you can so you can hear me. And once we can sound that all clear, we will sound that all clear for you. Mobile homes, not a good idea. Find a nearby gas station, convenience store, restaurant, places like that. Stay there till we can sound that all clear. If you don't live in a mobile home and you're driving, you don't want to be driving either. Tornadoes are not good for areas that could see vehicles. So if you're in a vehicle, just get out of that vehicle and stay there into a gas station, convenience store, restaurant in that safe place until we can sound and all clear. Continues the tornado warning right now. We're seeing not very many updates out of the National Weather Service in Charleston at the moment on what they're going to decide to do with this. Do want to mention that this is weakening just a little bit, but the circulation is still there to the south and west of Elizabeth, and it's moving rather slowly, but still. State Route 93 near Elizabeth, State Route 522 in Elizabeth, that's the really area where you need to be in that tornado safe place. Well, I want to track this circulation to our west in the Franklin Furnace area. Now, this is a different perspective out of Wilmington, Ohio. They're not seeing quite as strong circulation as the seeing, which is good news. So likely they're going to hold off on a tornado warning for Scioto County at this point. We're going to have to see what they decide to do with that, but it looks a little bit stronger coming out of Charleston, West Virginia. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning now for basically the same areas here, and I'm wondering if they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire and we can sound an all clear for everyone just watching for more circulations. But there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Lawrence County, the northern really half of Lawrence County, portions of Gallia County as well. And I'm getting new information right now from the National Weather Service in Charleston. We'll see what they say. They may be canceling this tornado warning and replacing that with that new severe thunderstorm warning. If that's the case, we'll be able to come off the air, sound the all clear for everyone, but I have not gotten that information just yet. This is the new information just in. We will continue with the broader severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible downstream. They will not expire the previous severe with overlap, causing some confusion. Okay, so they're continuing this tornado warning at least for now until the 3:15 minute. By my watch, 3:12. They've not extended this further downstream, but they could potentially do that. The circulation's still there near Elizabeth. Again, this is wind headed away from the radar. This red is wind headed toward the radar, and this circulation is that counterclockwise spin right here. State Route 93 in the path of this. Elizabeth still need to be in that tornado safe place for the foreseeable future. But the circulation is still there, so keep that in mind. Here's a new radar scan. Now, this is good news. This new circulation that we're seeing here looks a lot weaker than the previous circulation from our new radar scan. So I do think they are going to allow this to expire. Once this red box does come down from our radar, back to regular programming, we'll see. I have not gotten any information if they are going to decide to continue this warning or not, but it looks like by this time, 3:13 p.m., remember this expires at 3:50. Once this kind of comes down, they'll be able to expire this. But still, if you're in Elizabeth, be in that safe place. Let's get a few closer area looks at where we could potentially need to go to a safe spot with some more cities on our radar. Center Station right here, State Route 93. Its circulation's just right to the south of you. So Center Station, getting that tornado safe place. Bon Clay, again, Scioto County, even though there is technically no tornado warning for you just yet, the circulation is still there. Be in that tornado safe place right now. Haven't had a whole lot of lightning from these storms either. Not a lot of instability with this storm to work with, but again, it's kind of typical of these tropical systems to have these weak spin-up tornadoes that could potentially kind of pop up, and that's what we're seeing here. And once really it goes into a weaker atmosphere, things will start to calm down with this system as we move a little bit forward into time here. Another thing I want to mention too, again, continues to be very heavy rain coming out of this storm here. We'll zoom kind of back in and give you an idea. Right here, look at all this rain. These reds indicating a very, very heavy rain coming out of the storm. Likely you're not going to see this. Plus, this is a very rural wooded area in portions of, let's say, Lawrence County, Ohio here. So, A, you're not going to see it because of the terrain, the hills, the trees, things like that. And B, all the rain that's falling, it's likely a rain-wrapped situation if there is a tornado on the ground right now. Remember, this is a radar-indicated threat. We haven't seen any ground truth just yet from reports, but of course, you're probably not going to see anything like that. Here's a new update to the tornado warning. It's just this small area. Again, a lot of Lawrence County can come out of their safe space. It's just right here in this tiny little red box. Basically, Elizabeth is the only place where you need to be worried about getting into that safe place. But the circulation remains, again, pretty tight circulation at that, with the reds moving toward the radar, the yellows moving away from the radar, and it's just about to cross, again, State Route 93 north of Ironton. Newcastle, I think you can come out of your safe place too. This is skirting to the north and east of you, but Elizabeth, remain in that safe place. This is a near miss. But again, if you have Elizabeth address and you're north of Elizabeth along State Route 93, you're still under the gun for this, even though technically you may be not in town. Keep that in mind. Bon Clay, I would start to worry about getting in your tornado safe place as well. I do want to look at the update from this. We have new information coming in from the National Weather Service. They're saying, like I'm seeing, the circulation kind of weakening just a bit. It's still there, but it's weakened. But they're going to continue that tornado warning in there for Lawrence County for the moment. And we'll continue to see what they decide to do with this as it moves forward. But again, good news on our picture. This is a much weaker circulation than a few scans back. And in fact, we can go a few scans back here to show you what it did look like upon issuing the tornado warning and how much stronger it did look. Let's go back to that. This was that circulation when they issued the tornado warning right here. Very, very tight circulation with that orange and yellow moving away from the radar, the deeper reds moving toward the radar. As we go to the now time frame, though, let's take a look at that. A much weaker circulation, but still present. So Elizabeth, remain in that tornado safe place until we sound that all clear for you. Again, State Route 93, basically just outside of the city limits of Elizabeth, all the way down to the Ironton area. Should not be driving on, and if you live there, you should be a tornado safe place as well. All right, here's the new radar data. Again, it continues to weaken, but still very strong winds out of the storm. Do want to mention that too. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for that entire area for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So even if you're not seeing a tornado threat, you could be seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds out of this storm, and that could cause some problems for you as well. Could knock some trees down. So even if you're out of the tornado warning, I still don't recommend being outside. Be in that indoors and away from windows area. And that's basically all of Lawrence County, especially the northern half of Lawrence County here in Ohio. And then we'll be able to sound that all clear for you. We're watching closely Scioto County too. I do want to take a look from the National Weather Service in Wilmington here to give you an idea of what they're seeing out of this storm. And we'll move the radar over that general area to see. Their circulation looks a little bit weaker, so I would really not anticipate the National Weather Service in Wilmington at this point them issuing a tornado warning for Scioto County. This is the circulation for them right here. This is kind of a little different perspective with the darker blues, wind moving toward the radar, and the greens moving away from the radar. Weaker circulation here compared to what we're seeing out of Charleston. So downstream, I don't anticipate a new tornado warning, but we will see. Looks like now this has really come down, and I, again, would not be surprised if they just allowed this to expire relatively soon. Still up there. I believe the warning goes until 3:30 p.m. I'll have another look at this to see here. In fact, I can put it up on the screen for you to give you a better look here to see when this expires. And again, this is a radar indicated threat. The tornado warning expires at 3:30 p.m. and basically Elizabeth in the path of this. It's again radar indicated. It doesn't mean we haven't seen a tornado. It's just meaning that we haven't had any confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground yet. It doesn't mean a tornado won't occur out of this as well. But as far as what I'm seeing now, things look a little bit weaker. But again, the circulation still remains here. The wind moving away from the radar here, the wind moving toward the radar. That's a counterclockwise counterclockwise fashion, just along and basically north of the Elizabeth city limits here along State Route 93. Very, very disorganized compared to what we saw earlier. So we'll continue to look up what they're going to do with this. We're getting new information in from the National Weather Service. We just have a few storm reports here. We have reports of trees down in Hyco. Remember, Hyco is out toward Fayette County, West Virginia, where they had that EF2 tornado back on April 2nd. This is obviously not the same situation, but you can really just see how strong the winds have been all day around the area. And even if you're outside of a tornado warning, again, that doesn't mean you're not going to see damage. Like we've seen multiple trees down in places like Chesapeake earlier this afternoon. We've had multiple reports of trees down over in portions of, let's say, Kentucky, out toward Rowan County, Kentucky. So just because you're not seeing a tornado warning does not mean you're not going to see damage. So I want to keep that in mind. A few other warnings I want to talk about too. Flash flood warning is in place for a good population center within the WSAZ viewing area. This is for portions of Wayne County, Boyd County, Kentucky, western Cabell County here, eastern portions of Greenup County. That's till 5. That heavy rain we did see from that storm that came through, the storm that oddly enough prompted the tornado warning. And severe thunderstorm warnings also do continue for the same storm. But of course, the tornado warning takes precedence into Lawrence County, again, until 3:30 p.m. About 10 minutes remain with this. And from what I'm seeing here on the radar, doesn't appear to be a whole lot of promising circulation here. It's really, really weakened. But again, winds to 70 miles an hour even could be a possibility here. So do want to continue to really mention that and still be inside if you're in the path of this storm. So basically the northern half of Lawrence County, even though you may be not under a tornado warning, I've said this earlier, stay inside away from windows basically all along State Route 93. Wouldn't recommend driving that because of all the trees in that general area. Trees could come down with how strong the winds could get there. If you're in Scioto County, Ohio, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning too. You could see the same issues. Gusty winds could cause some trees down, power lines down right near. Probably a best idea to really stay inside. Luckily, this is not a really heavily traveled hour of the day here. So a lot of us will be okay once the work comes out. In fact, we'll go to a wide view here on our radar to show you we're starting to get dry in areas further to the south, down toward Logan, down toward Pikeville. Drier conditions will be working on in. This is kind of really the last punch of this rain before we start to see improving weather. Winds will remain gusty for the rest of the day, though. We're talking winds maybe up to 60 miles an hour gusting for the really early half of the afternoon. And then we'll start to calm it down once we lose that daytime heating and once the sun does set here. Let's go back to the tornado warning polygon here. The circulation has moved just to the north of Elizabeth, and again, it's crossing State Route 93 here. And again, we're going to continue to track this to the north and west as it continues to move. And again, while it's not impressive, it could spin up once again. So we want to keep that in mind as well. Let's put a track on this, though. If you're in Center Station, I'd be in that tornado safe place relatively soon. And then we'll see what the National Weather Service in Wilmington, again, decide to do with this as it heads into Scioto County. Likely, I would say probably not a good chance that they issue this tornado warning for Scioto County, but that could change. But South Webster, be on the lookout, 3:55 p.m. Not necessarily the time right now to be worrying about getting in your safe place, especially since you're not under a tornado warning just yet, but that's something to keep in mind here as well. Pickerman, 4:03 p.m., 4:09 p.m., Wallace Mills, and 4:17 p.m., Purdy Corners. That's where this is headed within the next hour or so. Let's take this track off. Let's get you more analysis here on the radar. And again, we're continuing to see weakening of this circulation, although it is present. We'll move this down here so we can get that graphic out of the way for you. But here it is, further to the north of Elizabeth, right there, that tight spin up here. Again, the red is wind moving toward the radar. The orange is wind moving away from the radar. This is just to the north of Elizabeth right here, and the circulation remains, albeit very, very broad and weak circulation at this point. Let's go back to our reflectivity on our radar. This shows you the precipitation that's coming out of the storm. Do want to show you this little radar feature that we're seeing. This little notch right here is what's known as a flow notch. That's indicating circulation here as well. But a whole lot of rain with this storm would really indicate that this is a rain wrap situation if there is a tornado on the ground. Based on what I'm seeing on the radar, it doesn't look like there's a tornado warning on the tornado on the ground. Doesn't mean it won't occur a little bit later, but we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. And I want to stress this again: if you're outside in this, get in. Able to see anything coming out of this, because it's a rain wrap situation. Rain is masking any potential tornado that could come out of this. On top of that, you're dealing with a lot of hills, trees in this part of our viewing area. So it's just not a good idea to try to go out and see this, and likely you're probably not going to be able to see this as you're off and about. 3:25. If you're just joining us, a tornado warning for southern and western portions of until 3:30 p.m. This would expire within the next 5 minutes if they decide to not reissue it. And by what I'm seeing here on our radar, again, if you're just joining us, doesn't look like they will reissue this. The circulation has weakened just a bit. It's still present here, but it's a much more broad circulation compared to when they did issue the warning at around the 3 p.m. hour. Let's go back. I want to see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service in Charleston. We do not have any more updates as of 3:25 p.m. from what I've already said. But again, they're watching this circulation. They're continuing the tornado warning for the time being. And as it moves to the north and west, we'll see, if they decide to extend this into further northern and western portions of Lawrence County and eventually into Scioto County. Although, again, the circulation does look a little bit weaker. 3:26 p.m., 4 more minutes left on this warning. And then if they do expire it, we'll be able to sound an all clear for locations within the WSAZ viewing area. Basically, the only town in the path of this right now, Elizabeth. Very rural area, but nonetheless, we want to give you that heads up no matter where you are within the WSAZ viewing area. Along State Route 93, still don't recommend driving. Even though a lot of State Route 93 not under this warning, you're still seeing strong winds, and it's a wooded area. You can see trees come down right in front of you, so still not a good idea. Again, winds out of this storm producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, so a very, very not ideal thing. In fact, we just got another report out of Jackson County, Ohio, of thunderstorm wind damage, or non-thunderstorm wind damage, excuse me. Numerous trees blocking US 35. That's a major thoroughfare up there because of the winds that we've been seeing today. So it's just not this tornado warning. I mean, we've seen lots of damage from even the winds outside of this. So it's really a point of I need to make that you just need to be wary and maybe just stay inside for the rest of the day as these winds continue. But multiple overturned semis as well with this update that we've seen, and numerous trees are blocking US 35. That would be up in Jackson County, Ohio here. You're seeing pretty gusty winds here as well. This is US 35 right here. So this is somewhere along here where they're seeing some pretty significant damage from just ordinary winds. And of course, the tornado warning takes precedence here, but I do want to point that out, that they're seeing multiple areas of damage there along US 35 up in Jackson County, Ohio. But the tornado warning does continue at this point for Elizabeth for the next 3 minutes. Again, it doesn't look like anything impressive right now that would allow me to think they would extend this tornado warning further up, but as long as this red box is here on the radar, we're going to continue to stay on air. Want to sound a few all clears here. Newcastle, you can come out of that safe place. This rotation has passed to the north of you. State Route 650 right here, you can also come out of your safe place. Elizabeth, I'd say give it another 5 minutes or so. You'll be able to come out of your safe place within that next 5-minute time frame once that circulation passes you. Basically, though, if you're north of Elizabeth along State Route 93, good idea to stay there until we can sound in all clear. It has not yet been really shown that you can come out of that just yet. It's skirting just to the north of you. Even though the circulation is weak, you could be still seeing some very strong winds out of this as well. 3:28 p.m. Again, tornado warning for far southern and western portions of Lawrence County, Ohio for another 2 minutes or so. And then I do think they are going to allow this warning to expire, and we will be talking about going back to regular programming relatively soon. But the red box is still here. Continue to keep a close eye on this situation, and as the situation unfolds, we'll continue to keep you updated on any warnings as they come down for the rest of the afternoon. Any sort of reports of damage that come in for the rest of the afternoon as well. Changing weather coming in for the rest of the afternoon. I also want to point out, too, let's go back to a wide view here on our radar. This is pretty much it. This is the last push of the strong rain. Now, there's still some gusty winds. We're not going to see anything like a tornado warning, though, out of no rain. So that's good. Just some light stuff, maybe a few scattered showers later on, but gustier winds till the sun does go down. But really, the last push of the severe weather will continue to move on out. We're seeing multiple storm reports come in now from the National Weather Service in Charleston. We're seeing multiple trees and power lines down in Boone County, West Virginia. This would be southwest, 7 miles, southwest of Chesapeake, West Virginia, not Chesapeake, Ohio. That's in Boone County right here. So they're seeing multiple trees down as well. And again, they didn't have anything like a tornado warning today because
share their story of nearly losing it all and warn you about the scam known as pig butchering in hopes of protecting you or someone you know.
But first, a sick little boy caught in the middle of a dispute between an insurance company and medical experts.
It's like denying a diabetic insulin. You can't live without it.
We take you inside his family's fight to get their son what they call a life-changing treatment.
Why didn't we do this last year?
Before you were preventing migraine with Qulipta?
And look at me now. You'll never truly forget migraine, but 0 migraine days are possible.
Don't take if allergic to Qulipta. Most common side effects are nausea, constipation, and sleepiness.
Qulipta, the forget you get migraine medicine.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early.
Waste in the healthcare system, but critics say it's often unclear how a decision to cover a medical procedure or prescription is made.
Go to investigatetv.com and type permission to practice in the search bar to read and watch our in-depth reporting.
She may be retired, but that hasn't stopped her from working. Still to come, from making donations to packing grocery bags, a former principal provides a lesson about the spirit of giving and giving back. But first, a father's response to a stranger's text nearly cost him everything. We examine the scam luring victims with friendly conversation and crypto.
Wherever this time of year takes you, Macy's is here to help you shift seasons in style with your favorite fall brands. So lean into the excitement for what's ahead, because this fall, we've got a lot to look forward to.
Why didn't we do this last year?
Before you were preventing migraine with Qulipta? Remember the pain, canceled plans, the worry?
That was then. And look at me now. You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making 0 migraine days possible. It's the only pill of its kind that blocks CGRP and is approved to prevent migraine of any frequency, to help give you that forget you get migraine feeling.
Don't take if allergic to Qulipta. Most common side effects are nausea, constipation, and sleepiness. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Qulipta, the forget you get migraine medicine.
Vote Cheddar Bay 2024, because when Red Lobster's biscuits rise, America thrives. So come in now for a chance to win 4 years of free Red Lobster, because one bite can unite all parties, at least for dinner.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
Will Jeopardy end the week with a shocker?
Okay, wow, that would give you the lead.
This one comes down to the wire. Weeknights at 7:30 on WSAZ.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough, so the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? No way. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side. He's not the Sherrod I used to know. He's way too liberal for me.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
My grandmother was at risk of falling. The nursing home had not put any proper safety measures in place to prevent it. She had a bad fall and she suffered some serious internal injuries. How could they neglect her like that?
Nursing home abuse and neglect is unacceptable. Don't let them get away with it. If you suspect your loved one has been harmed, we want to investigate and hold them accountable.
Stuart Bell investigated proved that the nursing home had neglected my grandmother and held them responsible.
Call me. I'm attorney Jeff Stewart, and I know what to do.
On their house.
A lot of times the money's gone and it's a dead end from there.
It was Detective Michelle Taylor from the Peachtree City Police Department all the way in Georgia who first realized Jang might be a victim. She was investigating her own case where victims throughout the nation were being targeted for high-level investments into a fraudulent company called Up Fashion. Her investigation found a list of 24 potential victims in 12 different states.
Is it possible there's even more victims out there across the country?
Oh, absolutely. This is a pretty common scam these days.
Detective Taylor says both the FBI and the Secret Service have been notified. She says the difficulty of a case like this is it appears all the money was transferred to an account in Hong Kong.
The problem I think that all of these agencies run into is that they open these bank accounts, they target quite a few victims all at once, and then they shut them down before they're even discovered.
I think it's just
WSAZ First Look at 4 starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
Good afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Nicholas Snyder here. We have another tornado warning now for Scioto County in Ohio near that South Webster area. Now, this is that circulation we were watching earlier.
The National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Pike County in south central Ohio, northeastern Scioto County in south central Ohio, until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:48 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over South Webster, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include South Webster, Clarktown, Lucasville, Beaver, Wakefield, Stockdale, Minford, State Route 335 at State Route 776, Divens, Portsmouth Regional Airport, Lyra, Lynn, and Germany.
First, I want to give you a better look at who's in and who's out of the warning right now, like we were doing earlier with the Lawrence County tornado warning. This is all basically just one polygon here. Even though it's two separate tornado warnings, it's basically one tornado warning for two areas of rotation. South Webster is in the polygon. Jackson is not in the polygon. Even though portions of Jackson County, Ohio are in the polygon, Jackson, Ohio is not in the polygon. So if you're in Jackson, Ohio, really don't need to do anything. Northern Lawrence County, and this is far northern Lawrence County in Ohio, you're in the polygon, but let's say Ironton, who was in the polygon earlier, you don't need to do anything because you're not included in this. Portsmouth, you are not included in this. Lucasville, you're not included in this, and basically US 23, you're not included in this as well. Pike County, Ohio, southern and eastern portions of Pike County, Ohio, you are in the polygon here too. So you are going to need to find a way to take shelter too. Let's take a look at the circulations here. Again, it's moving to the north and west at 30 miles an hour. We'll get you on here, have you prepared for the situation. I do want to zoom out to get a full view of where this would be headed at 30 miles an hour here, and then we'll put that storm track on there for you right now. So here we go. Let's track it to the north and west at 30 miles an hour here. And this would be moving, again, skirting to the north of Portsmouth. So Portsmouth, you don't really need to worry about it. But if you're in Glade, 4:28 p.m., Hales Creek, need to be in that tornado-safe place. Webster earlier along State Route 148 here. Germany, 4:35 p.m. You need to start being aware of this. Piketon, that's a populated area too. 4:52 p.m. You're going to need to start getting in that tornado safe place too, but that's in another hour. Piketon right now, Waverly right now, not in the polygon, but we'll have to keep an update on where this storm is headed, and we'll get you more information as we know it. Let's take a track from the second circulation now that's in Jackson County, Ohio. Again, Jackson, Oak Hill, you're not included in this warning. It's far southern and western portions of Jackson County, Ohio, but the circulation right there is what we're watching very closely. So let's put a track on it and move it up to the north and west at also 30 miles an hour here, and we'll get you an idea. Waverly, 4:46 p.m. Again, that's down the line. Don't need to do anything right now, but just a heads up for those of you in, say, Waverly. Big Rock, Ohio. This is where an EF2 tornado touched down back on April 2nd, if you remember that. You need to start thinking about getting that tornado safe place. 4:17 p.m. also, you need to start thinking about getting into that tornado safe place. We'll take the track off. We'll take a look at some roads here, give you an idea of exactly where this is headed and where you shouldn't be driving and things like that. So let's talk about the first circulation that's off to the north. This is crossing right now State Route 139, far southern portions of Jackson County, Ohio. This is State Route 93. We've been talking about that 93 corridor for a while now. Shouldn't really be driving along State Route 93 south of Jackson here. Eventually up towards State Route 776 to the south and west of Jackson here. That's that circulation number 1. Let's go down to circulation number 2, get you an idea of where this is headed. This is crossing State Route 140 just to the east of South Webster. No one should be driving along that road. And again, if you're in South Webster, you need to be in that tornado safe place. Where is that? That's a basement if you have one. If no basement, a small room near the center of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Bring your phone in. Phone like this. This will come in handy for you big time because we're streaming on our app right now if you don't have power. Even if you do have power, it might be a good idea to bring that phone into that safe place with you because you may not have a TV nearby. But if you don't have your phone, turn up that TV as loud as it can go so you can hear me, and we'll keep you updated on this until we can sound it all clear. I do want to sound it clear as basically all of Lawrence. You're fine now. The circulations are now crossing into Scioto County, Ohio, and Jackson County, Ohio right now. Another circulation looks to have formed south of Purdy Corners here, and this would be State Route 823. Highly traveled road here in State Route 823, so we'll track it from that as well and give you an idea of where you need to head for that. It's a weaker circulation in comparison to the other circulation that we're seeing, but again, we want to keep you updated as much as this can go. So we'll track this circulation too. And again, this is kind of the deal with these tropical systems. You'll see these small circulations just spin up randomly in some spots in these storms, and that's what we're really watching for the rest of the afternoon. So let's track second circulation. 403 Harrison Furnace, be in a safe place right now. Preston Addition, 4:19 p.m. need to be in a safe place right now. 4:30 p.m. Clifford, you have a little bit of time, but start thinking about getting to that tornado safe place. Cooperville, 4:37 p.m. and Piketon at 4:52 p.m. is when that will be moving in. Again, I want to stress this again. We've seen a lot of Waverly and Piketon on this. You got plenty of time. You're not in the warning now. You don't have to do anything right now, but be on the lookout a little bit later on as we could be seeing some active events as we head a little bit on further down the line. Tony Cavalier has joined me now in the Weather Center. He has more on what he's looking at, and he has a fresh perspective on these storms. Tony, what's the latest?
Nick, excellent. This rarest events in our area, a tropical storm and a hurricane, and it's making a turn to the west and bringing moisture from more than 500 miles away into the WSAZ viewing area. So I've got the wide perspective to show you that we've got the storm system that's into the Charleston area right now, and Charleston area as in the WSAZ viewing area, 597 miles from the Big Bend of Florida into our area. The storm has made its way over the past 18 hours. Remember, back in 1989, Hugo went from Charleston, South Carolina to Charleston, West Virginia during the first night of the West Virginia Pumpkin Festival, and with it came a similar event with strong winds, schools let out, and we wound up with torrential rains and some local high water. Doppler radar converging. Again, we're looking in an unusual fashion. Usually we tell you to look to the west and to the south. In this case, we're looking to the south and to the east. The deep reds that are crossing through Jackson, Ohio, crossing through Scioto County, Ohio, exiting the Wayne National Forest and heading up toward Piketon, heading up toward Pike County, Ohio. These are the storms that came through here. And let's stress that when the storm line moved through the Huntington area, it was like a tropical storm moving through. It ravaged parts of Ritter Park with tremendous trees down and lots of commotion. Over a half-hour to hour period, the winds blew strongly as if we were in the middle of a tropical storm. And by the way, we were, because the passage of this low pressure, which is formerly the hurricane, is a tropical storm as it works its way through our area, and especially to the west. The parent low is going to wind up in parts of western Kentucky by the time we get to late tonight. So let's widen out, and you can see where the storms have come from and that pipeline of moisture. We've been talking for the better part of 2 weeks. We needed a southerly flow to break. There it is, right on top of us. We've gone from the Gulf Coast of Florida, and we've moved that moisture, those winds, all the way north into our area. So the red box through parts of Jackson, Pike, and Scioto County, Ohio. And Nicholas mentioned Purdy's Corner. That's right around where high is, and so no doubt the kids hopefully are home right now. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but after the school buses ran in Scioto County near Minford High, South Webster, up toward Lucasville, that polygon, as Nicholas told you, is the one where the strongest winds. And when they came through Huntington, Nicholas, they had quite a pop. And so even if you don't get a tornado, and what's likely happening is we're getting these little swirls, these little funnel clouds in the sky that are trying to touch down as brief tornadoes. Nicholas, this seems to be what's going to be the half hour or so from South Webster up into, for example, Pike County in Ohio.
Yeah, especially with the passage of this line that's coming on through right now that we're seeing here on our radar, where those deeper reds are. I want to show you my computer now. If we can go back to that, that would be great. We have a new circulation kind of developing in Jackson County, Ohio, like I was mentioning earlier, and we're going to take a look at that. Here it is again. The red is wind moving toward the radar. The orange and yellow is wind moving away from the radar. Remember, we talked about that with the Lawrence County, Ohio tornado warning. This one's kind of the same deal. Let's check that from the center of circulation. Laid, start thinking about getting this. Again, this is moving to the north and east at 30. Germany, 4:26 p.m. Not quite the time for you just yet, but start thinking about it. Givens, 4:33 p.m. Seal, 4:39 p.m. PP Creek up there. Very familiar with that. That's up into Pike County, Ohio, and then a Buchanan, 4:58 p.m. or 4:56 p.m. It's a little bit further down the line here, but again, we're going to continue to track it. And again, the tornado warning does continue for the next half hour till I think 4:30 p.m. is when they were going to expire that. Let me get a better idea of that. Now, we do have a new tornado warning for Pike County. Sorry, that's 4:15 p.m. We also have a new tornado warning now for Pike County, Ohio. This is further to the north and west, but we'll get you a better idea of where this is. And I want to do a quick reset of where these polygons are, because you may be living in Pike County, Ohio, and Waverly and Piketon, for instance, and you may be thinking, well, I'm technically not in this polygon. And you're right. If you're in Waverly and Piketon, you don't have to do anything. But now, say if you're in northern and western portions of Pike County, Ohio, near the Ross County line here along US 23, you're going to have to do something because a new tornado warning has popped up. Let's get you information on this tornado warning. This one now goes until 4:15. That's the southern one. Further up to the north at Huntington, not Huntington, Virginia. That would be Huntington, Ohio. That's in our southern Ross County, Ohio. So we got 2 tornado warnings in our viewing area. One for northeastern Scioto County, Ohio. This does not include Lucas. I want to reiterate that. It's South Webster. It's down toward Purdy Corner. We're also talking about southern and eastern portions of Jackson County, Ohio, till 4:15 p.m. for a couple of South Webster area. Again, South Webster, you need to remain in that tornado safe place. Let's get you a few more roads here on our map to give you an idea of where you shouldn't be driving, because of course in a tornado warning you never want to be in your car. Cars are not a safe place to be in a tornado warning situation. So State Route 139, basically from Oak Hill all the way to State 823 here, shouldn't be driving right there. Of course, we're talking State Route 335, State Route 776 here, northern portions of Scioto County, western portions of Jackson County. Don't want to be driving there as well. We are talking about State Route 140. That's down here from State Route 93, basically all the way to the Ohio River. Probably not a good idea to be driving. Cars are not a very safe place to be in a tornadic situation, and you can't really see this tornadic situation because it's likely rain wrapped. Look at all the rain that's coming out of this storm, all this red, all this yellow, all this orange that's happening on the radar, indicating that we are seeing very, very heavy rain with this storm, and that would allow us to see, again, not much in this situation, especially with the terrain too. A rain-wrapped tornado situation with the terrain in our area, just not a good combination to be out and try to see this. So your best measure is to go into that tornado safe place. That's a basement if you have one, in a site-built structure, small room near the center of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Mobile homes, probably not a great idea. Need to go to a nearby friends, neighbors, or relatives site-built structure, or if you know of a gas station, convenience store, restaurant, that's a good place to go. And if you're driving, find a nearby gas station, convenience store, or restaurant on any of the roads I just mentioned. Great idea to do that, and you can stay there till we sound an all clear. South Webster, we're getting close for you. Just to the north, but we're going to have to continue to track what's going on here in portions of Scioto County, Ohio, portions of Jackson County, Ohio, and into southern and western portions of Pike County. That's the one tornado warning. Do want to do another analysis on another tornado warning to the north and west into Pike County, Ohio. It's a circulation that is entering into Ross County. So I think for that second tornado warning, we could sound it all clear for everyone, but don't really let your guard down if you're in northern and eastern portions of Pike County, Ohio, because we have that other circulation to the south and west that will be moving on in. Tony, what do you have for us?
Well, I'm thinking, Nicholas, that if you have followed the storms over the years, if you've watched these storms down, for example, in the Gulf Coast states, we've noticed that always on the right of the storm, where the circulation is most prominent, is where you get a family of tornadoes. We've seen this through the Carolinas, Florida, and Georgia. Well, we're not getting a family of, but a couple of circulations that have the potential to put down quick-spinning tornado funnels certainly has been established. Put it together here. When you look at the map, I want you to look at Myrtle Beach, Raleigh, Jacksonville. On the right side of that storm, in the northern hemisphere, the right side is the most prominent for brief circulations to spin up. And that's certainly, as this storm has taken a turn to the west, that's certainly where we wind up here as we get into the afternoon and evening hours. And you can literally see as the deep reds pool from Scioto County near Purdy's Corner, which is, of course, near Minford High, and up toward Piketon, up toward Jackson. You can see this activity is moving in a very unusual fashion from southeast to northwest. So if you were looking in Lucasville and Portsmouth and you want to see the all clear, you're not looking to the west like you usually would. You're looking toward Ironton and toward Huntington. Of course, it's a big night for high school football. Expectations are there are going to be some games that are going to be canceled. To happen from opening kickoff from 7 o'clock on, but from what will have happened before then. Just like the river cities of Huntington, Ashland, Ironton have been raked by strong windstorms and a brief tornado off to the north, that's what's going on in interior southern Ohio right now. Now, Charleston, you might be saying, well, what about the Kanawha Valley? And for the most part, the Kanawha Valley is scot-free. If you look at the rainfall totals today in Huntington, an inch to close to 2 inches, and even more as you crossed over the Big Sandy River. Charleston's had much less during that period. It's a sure sign that the Kanawha Valley has been spared by the southeast wind. So that southeast wind has done it's been able to keep the Kanawha Valley quiet. So football games in the Kanawha Valley, you're in good shape. It's the area in southern Ohio where these storms are most prominent right now that we're keeping a close eye on. Before opening kickoff tonight, we've got these strong windstorms. Now, there have been some flash flood warnings that have been issued. Falling on a dry ground, this would have been a non-issue, but we have had as much as 2 inches of rain leading up to this event. So small streams have come up. No severe flash flooding going on. If you think about earlier today, if you were watching NBC News this morning, the Today Show, they were talking about flood emergencies, for example, in western North Carolina, in the town of Asheville. Of course, Asheville is a summer haven for a lot lot of folks who like to travel to the south and to enjoy the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina and, of course, nearby in Tennessee. Well, that area was inundated by tropical rains that fell to the tune of 6 to 12 inches. And what that meant was you went from a flash flood warning to a flood emergency. Fortunately, we're not in that condition, although no doubt southern Ohio, looking at this Doppler radar, we have enough rain that's falling that we're going to expect there's going to be some local weather that has developed here during the afternoon and evening. Let me stress, as you look at the Doppler radar presentation, Charleston and south, no problems, and yet as you go up from Jackson, Ohio, there's still a trail of heavy rain to go through, and these tentacles of showers that Portsmouth, certainly Portsmouth down toward Grayson, as these spin to the north, these are certainly capable of gusty winds. I'm talking about 40 and 50 mile an hour winds. You might ask why, but because up in the heavens, the winds have been blowing at an unconscionable 5 miles an hour today. We saw that kind of when the storm line passed during the April 2nd event back during the spring into the ground, and that process of sucking air down to the ground created a few spin-ups, and it created massive power hits and trees down. So the bottom line is we still have to worry in southern Ohio for some gusts to come through even after these tornado warnings expire as they head north toward Columbus. Nicholas, what do you got there over at the Weather Center?
All right, Tony, we are looking at my radar right now. I've circled an area to really keep an eye out for, and let's take a look at my radar screen if we can. There it is. I've circled an area to keep an eye out for. This is our debris tracker, and I want you to notice these differences in colors. You see all these reds and purples, that would indicate rain, but when you start to see things like this, these yellow, potential of seeing debris. In Charleston, confirmed whether or not this is tornadic debris right now, but I certainly, if we go to other product where the wind mode is showing a spin up here, you'll notice that's in the same spot. So I'm going to keep a very many damage reports out here just to the south of Jackson along State Route 93, because that could indicate, not officially just yet, we're not officially confirming a tornado, but it could be indicating the potential of tornadic debris. Watching that very closely. That's circulation number 1. It's crossing State Route 93, State Route 139, far southern and western Jackson County right now. Again, it's moving west at 30 miles an hour. Circulation number 2 now crossing State Route 776 here, about to cross State Route 124 near Glade. So you need to be in that tornado safe place if you're in Glade. Again, that's an interior room, small room near the center of your home, away from windows, site-built structure. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. No mobile homes, no vehicles. So if you're driving basically along State Route 124 west of Jackson to the Pike County line, probably not a good idea because that circulation crossing right there. Same thing, State Route 776. From Jackson all the way down to the Scioto and Pike County lines right there. Not a good idea. I want to stress this is Pike County, Ohio, not Pike County, Kentucky. Pike County, Kentucky's in the clear. Pike County, Ohio, we're seeing this circulation. So again, 2 circulations, one in west central Jackson County crossing State Route 776. Both of these moving to the north and west at an hour. Second circulation down here in far southwestern Jackson County, also moving to the north and west at 30 miles an hour. Let's put storm tracks on this, give you an idea. I also want to circle up this area too before I do that to give an idea of if we're maybe potentially seeing this circulation as well. So bear with me as I circulation. Again, the deeper red is wind headed toward the yellows, the oranges, wind headed away from the radar. So let's take a look and see if on our debris tracker we're getting any information as to maybe some potential tornadic debris being picked up. Another thing I want to stress too, you're really far from the radar here, so likely not seeing a whole lot in terms of anything, but could provide us maybe a little bit of a clue. There is a lowering here, but it doesn't look all that impressive. I'm going to keep a close eye on what's going on here in Glade, but overall, again, it's potential, not confirming that we're seeing tornadic debris here on our radar picture just yet. We're going to keep a close eye on it though. So, but those are 2 areas that we're watching. Now let's track these right now. Let's first track circulation because that one looks stronger. I want to stress that. Glade you need to be in that tornado safe place right now because that is a very strong circulation up there near Glade. I'm going to move our radar picture a little bit further up here to give you a better idea. North and east at 30 miles an hour. I might zoom this out just a little bit to give us a wider perspective. And we'll do a quick reset after this as well to show you the warning. Remember, County are under a tornado warning right now. Doesn't you're in Portsmouth, you don't need to do anything. It's western portions and northern portions of Scioto County where you really need to keep an eye out. Let's track this. Big Rock, 4:26 p.m. It's 4:14 right now. You need to be going to that tornado safe place right now. Higbee, I should say. Higbee, getting to that safe place. Alma, 4:48 p.m. Macineville, 4:55 p.m. And then out of our viewing area by the 5 p.m. hour. So Big Rock and Higbee right now. Get in that tornado safe place. I'll stress this again. In a site. If you don't have a basement, go to a first floor center of your home, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Bring in any type of cushioning to protect yourself, blankets, pillows, anything like that. Stay there till we can sound an all clear. Let's sound a few all clears right now too. I do want to stress Harrison Furnace. You can come out of that safe place right now. The threat has passed of you. Also want to give you a quick big picture reset of the polygons that we're seeing on our storms here. So let's continue to give you an idea of what we're seeing here. Tornado warning for far northern and eastern portions of Scioto County. Looks like they've expired that. Even though we're still seeing a tight circulation here, but it looks like they have decided to expire this tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they reissued this, but I would still say in that safe place if you're in Glade and Higbee, even though there's no tornado warning there. We still do have a tornado warning further to the north and west, though. Pike County. Near Piketon, it include US 23 from the Ross County line down to about Waverly and Piketon there. If you travel that road a lot, you'll notice that it's an expressway once you get toward Ross County, and then it kind of funnels down to a surface street once you get into the town of Waverly. I've been on that road many, many times. That's where we're talking. Basically, expressway and kind of funnels down toward Waverly along that 23 corridor. So if you know anyone traveling that way, have them keep an eye out that direction. Still strong winds out of this, but Waverly, Piketon not in a tornado warning. Portion, though, Pike County will still remain under this. Waverly City, tornado warning. The city of Waverly. Also talking about State Route 220 here. You're included in this, and another route here. If I zoom in closer, it might give me a better idea. Of course, that would be State Route. I think that is 220 as well. And then PP Creek, again, that's just to the north of Waverly too. You cross a bridge once you go north of Waverly. Do want to stress too that tornado warning does remain canceled in western portions of Jackson County, but Tony, I still see a pretty tight circulation. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep that tornado warning that's further to the north and west. There's that new tornado warning for Jackson County a little bit later. But what do you have for us there?
Well, the interesting thing is, even if there are no tornado touchdowns, and right now a couple of tornado warnings out there, what you're going to see and what you're seeing are the strong winds that are being sucked down. So let's keep a very close eye and certainly keep our attention fixed to the possibility that we've got some heavy weather that will certainly move up the Scioto Trail, not down the Scioto Trail, but Portsmouth north toward Lucasville, Lucasville toward Chillicothe, toward Piketon is where the main activity is in southern Ohio right now. And so it's important that if you are close by using the WSAZ app, if you see these deep reds on Doppler radar, the so-called reflectivity from around the home of Eastern Elementary, I spoke there earlier during the springtime after the tornado outbreak. Those kids knew. They were weather savvy because in the Scioto Valley, folks, you're looking at a very flat terrain now. You've moved away from the rugged terrain near Charleston where it's really hard to get tornadoes, although we saw one back in June of 2019 that caused quite a bit of damage. But this is a flat land, and especially with the winds so strong up in the heavens right now, we're looking at winds as high as 85 miles an hour during the late afternoon in northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, up at 5,000 feet. Easily transported to the ground if you had a mechanism. these gusty squalls, the so-called, if you're a purist, spiral bands away from the former hurricane, now the tropical storm. And it's interesting if we were to just widen out very, very closely, if you're a high school football superintendent, you're wondering about tonight. Well, we've got this heavy activity in southern Ohio. We're keeping a close eye on Jackson, on Pike, and MacArthur, the possibility of spin-up tornadoes. From Huntington, Charleston, to calm down. It's but expected now going into the evening hours. Yes, in the Huntington area, in the Charleston area. Come from, for the most part, it's relatively benign, just some gusty showers. And I do want to point out that where the most prominent tornado threat is, in the Piedmont of Virginia and North Carolina, and over toward the tidewater of Virginia and Elizabeth City. In other words, flatter terrain to the east and flatter terrain to the north and west. So most of the WSAZ viewing area just in line for a gusty shower during the evening hours. But our attention continues to focus on the one warning's been issued from the Jackson, Ohio. The second more prominent warning is issued by the National Weather Service out of Greene County for the cells that are moving from Pike toward Ross County in Ohio. Does that mean Scioto County's in the clear? Well, right now the tornado threat may be to the north, but still some gusty squalls are moving through, and these squalls can certainly tug some of those stronger winds down from aloft. And as they do, there will be some new tree limbs down. And in fact, as I took the ride in from Barbersville and passed through Ritter Park, it was a real mess trying to get around the park because of the damage, the squalls that had moved through the river city of Huntington. Those are now in southern Ohio, and they're the ones that are prompting the National Weather Service to issue first severe thunderstorm warnings. And when the National Weather Service sees a circulation on radar for 2 consecutive scans, minutes, when a scan lasts minutes, a tornado warning is issued in expectation that there could be a spin-up. We had a couple spin-ups if you were early in the week. Nicholas was tracking over into Pocahontas County, West Virginia, in the mountains of West Virginia, and we even saw a beautiful video of a brief tornado touchdown in the high country of here in West Virginia earlier this week. So this is a byproduct of the same pattern. Although, Nicholas, these storms today, no question, are spiral bands that have preceded the passage of Tropical Storm now Helene heading into western Kentucky.
Yeah, these are certainly causing a whole lot of gusty winds. Even if you're not seeing a tornado threat, you're seeing very gusty winds. Let's go back to my computer. Excuse me, we are still seeing tornadic circulation in Jackson County, Ohio, and I mentioned they issued a new tornado warning here that Tony was talking about. This one goes till 4:45 p.m. Jackson County, Ohio. This is where, or rather near, where an EF2 tornado touched in the Big Rock area of Jackson County. But I do want you to notice Jackson's not included. But if you go further to the north and west along US 35 here, that is where you'd be talking about that tornado warning being in effect. The Big Rock area, you're in that tornado warning as well. Circulation's tight, circulating and rather tight over into western portions of Jackson County. So 4:45 p.m. Mount Sinai, 4:55 p.m. Omega. Anatis, Alma, Shuley, around the 5 p.m. hour. That's where you need that tornado. I want to give you some all clears. Let's do a big picture read. Is going on. Let's give you some all clears. All of Scioto County has been dropped from the tornado warning. Nothing to be worried about in Scioto County. Western half of Jackson County still under a tornado warning. Far northwestern Pike County, Ohio, still under a tornado warning right now. I'm giving all clear to Jackson, Ohio. Again, the warning's really not in your area. South Webster, we can give an all clear. I'm going to clear to all of State Route 9 in Jackson County, State Routes, what looks to be 335 here in Jackson County, and State Route 124 here in Jackson County. The circulation is in far western portions of Jackson County. Once this exits County, that's technically Cincinnati's television market. Once that exits into Pike County, we can all clear for everyone. Look at 4, but again, we're continuing circulation that remains rather strong into Jackson County, Ohio. Although right now, based on what I'm seeing, things have weakened up. And again, this is very typical of these where you'll see these little spins a little bit. The Big Rock area, though, you still need to be in that tornado safe place because that circulation's right over you. And again, remember, we saw an EF2 tornado touch down in this area back on April 2nd. So you know the drill over there in Big Rock. Stay in that safe place until we can sound an all clear. But it looks like this circulation about to cross into Pike County, Ohio. And once that does so, we should be able to sound an all clear for everyone within the WSAZ viewing area, and we can hand off that coverage to the Cincinnati television market. But not just yet. It's still right along that Jackson-Pike County border. So, Tony, what do you have for the latest on us here?
The most important thing right now, Nick, these circulations move up the Scioto Trail. They're moving south to north. They move up the Scioto Trail. The threat for even brief spin-ups will pass up toward Pike and toward Ross County. We'll keep you posted right now. But let's talk about Ironton. I know the game over in Ironton, the Tanks Memorial Stadium, has been pushed back, the opening kickoff of the games. I don't want to downplay the severe threat, but you need to plan this evening, right? Charleston, Huntington South, nothing more than a gusty shower would be expected for the evening hours. The main severe threat right now is passing from the WSAZ viewing area and heading toward Piketon, toward Chillicothe. Once you get to the right on the Pike County line, that basically exits out of the WSAZ viewing area. We do have some viewers in Pike County, and we keep you posted. Also, on the Pike and the Jackson and the Vinton County lines, as these storms move, they're moving in an unusual southeast to northwest fashion. So you're literally looking back toward Huntington, the clearing sky, a sign that the storms have moved off to the north. Again, brief tornadoes are always a problem when you're on the right side of the passage of a hurricane, or in this case, a leftover tropical storm. It's important to understand that this storm has in the Gulf of Mexico. What do you expect from that? You expect tropical air. That's what was missing pretty much all summer long. So the rains this week done and to summer long drought north, and that means much of the WSAZ viewing area will experience a breezy, a balmy, a tropical evening with nothing. Very little, if any, thunder associated with these storms, and that's not too unusual with a hurricane. There is usually very little thunder and lightning as these storms move on shore. But the overall spin, I want you to think of a tropical storm or a hurricane out over an ocean, and what do you see? You see a lot of spin, and when you see a lot of spin, oftentimes tornadoes or brief down as tornadoes. Amazing to watch this storm as it's moved more than 500 miles over the last 18 to 24 hours. It reminds me, Nicholas, of what Hurricane in 1989 when Hugo went from Charleston, South Carolina. It's the storm of record down at Kiowa Island and down at Charleston, and went all the way to Charleston, West Virginia in a 24-hour period. Just think of it this way. The faster these storms move, the more air they tug along with them. And we saw that certainly in the river cities of Huntington, Ash, and Ironton, with strong winds that literally were able to suck 85-mile-an-hour winds from the heavens down to the ground. And after a wet week with the soil somewhat loose, trees had a hard time sustaining, especially with the leaves kind of acting as catcher's mitts to catch those winds. That's why we had so many trees down, and we've had so many power outs as those trees have toppled onto, for example, some of the power lines, Nicholas.
Yes, very strong winds that came through a little bit earlier on today. Couple of clerical things I want to clear up here. We have a tornado warning still in effect for Jackson County, Ohio. However, the circulation now has moved into far northeastern Pike County, technically part of the Cincinnati viewing area. So we're going to hand the coverage off to Cincinnati here, but I know we have a few viewers up here. Waverly and Piketon, you're technically in the tornado warning. The circulation, though, moving rapidly into Ross County, Ohio. State Route 335. You need to be in that tornado safe from Big Rock all the way over to Waverly. But for right now, again, we're going to hand the coverage off to the Cincinnati television market. That is technically part of that market. And right now, we're going to send you over to regular programming and give you a better update on what's going on with, of course, a lot of damage reports that we have seen. So right now, we will send it over to regular programming.
WSAZ's Kickoff Forecast, brought to you by the Dutch Miller Automotive family, proudly serving the people of West Virginia with friends and family pricing for more than 60 years.
The most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. You see, all law firms are clients. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan for people.
Think again. 9 out of 10 roofs can be saved by RoofMax at a fraction of the cost of a new roof. I know it's hard to believe. Just scan the QR code on the screen to hear how our customers are raving about RoofMax.
Hi, I'm Dr. Blanton. Do you have burning, tingling, or numbness in your feet? Everything starts with your feet.
Dr. Blanton helped me tremendously with my balance and being able to walk, and I just appreciate him and the staff's input and how they helped me.
If you're experiencing any of the symptoms associated with neuropathy, you're frustrated, I would love to help you live life free from neuropathy today.
Gray Media is growing. We're media executives right now at WSAZ. We're seeking good communicators with high energy and competitive ambition. To apply, go to the careers page on WSAZ.com or scan this QR code. Gray Media helps businesses grow with our catered services. Join the #1 TV station in the Tri-State. Grow your career with Gray and WSAZ today.
Into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library. Games won't find else. Looking for jackpot? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you money or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you on America's #1 online casino.
The All-America Baseball League, brought to you by Dutch Miller Kia, where every deal is a real humdinger. Look, there's league superstar, cast iron arm Chris Miller, and one of the league's slowest base stealers, Wes the Bear Dog Thompson. Get a home run of a deal and make the play of the day driving off in your dream car from Dutch Miller. For a limited time, get 0.9% financing for up to 48 months, plus $750 owner loyalty bonus cash on the 2024 Sportage and Sorrento. Shop 24/7 at DutchMillerKiaofCharleston.com.
Are you at risk for lung cancer? Get your screening today. Edwards Cancer Institute.
Winds and rain causing major issues with flooding and downed trees. We began our coverage in Huntington.
Yeah, Andrew Colgrove joins us live with a look at some of the damage. And Andrew, you don't have to go very far. Pretty much every neighborhood has seen at least some trees down.
Right, Tim. Driving around Huntington, as you mentioned, we're seeing tree limbs down all over the place. Quite a scare here on the south side earlier this afternoon. You can see this large tree here along Enslow Boulevard that came down around 2 o'clock when the strong winds were coming through, and neighbors say it fell right across the road, Enslow Boulevard, right on top of a car that was being driven by a woman who had her 2 young sons in the car with her. Neighbors say they were absolutely terrified when they saw there were children inside. They say they rushed over to try to help get the people out before firefighters even got here. And they say miraculously, considering how badly that car was damaged, nobody was badly hurt. You can see right now what remains of that tree out of the road so Enslow Boulevard can get back open. This is just one of several trees just in this area that came down. We came through Ritter Park to get here, and we saw several trees down there, limbs in that area, trees blocking a driveway right next to where we're at right now. People have been out with chainsaws getting those out of the way. And also, as far as high water, I talked to neighbors, and they said that water did not get up over Enslow. The 8th Street Viaduct was closed because of flooding. That has since receded and is back open for now.
A lot of that damage. It's not just to the Ritter Park area, although that's where, if you're familiar with the Huntington area, you know that's where a lot of large trees are. So we're going to continue to monitor these situations. That road is back open.
Outages all across. According to Appalachian Power, more than 39,000 people in West Virginia are without power now. This is a live look at Appalachian Power's outage map. AEP crews say that they are working on damages in areas where it can be done safely right now. More than 1,000 employees and contractors are dedicated to storm restoration work, and we will on how the progress is going. We'll be right back.
What happened to Sherrod Brown backed higher taxes on paychecks, on gas, even higher taxes on Social Security? Why? To give illegal immigrants welfare and health care. It's bankrupting America and hurting Ohio. Brown's been in politics for 50 years. He's never had a real job. He's just another Washington politician. Time for a change. Buckeye Values PAC is responsible for the content of this message.
Many of us have health challenges and concerns, and we're looking for advice. I'm Melanie Schaefer. Valley Health for Monday Health Minutes. We'll discuss a and get you looking for. See you Mondays.
Right now is the time. Best deal right up front at Dutch Miller Chevrolet. % financing on 10% on 2020 users. 11 at DutchMillerChevy.com.
Lawns greener by Brown.
Get breaking alerts for the free WSAZ News app.
Beyond the rolling hills of Southern Ohio, it's for everyone. Rose Valley Animal Park is growing into the idea. Interact and share treats with our furry friends. Jack the Giraffe is a must-see. After mingling with our animals and birds, take a kangaroo jump pad, cool off in one of our newly designed splash pads, and romp around our giant play area. What better way to add to your family memories? Rose Valley Animal Park.
At Dutch Miller Subaru, we're about customer service. We're about treating every customer like friends and family. We're about making sure you drive off the lot in the vehicle with the best deal right up front.
For a limited time at Dutch Miller Subaru in Charleston, get 2.9% financing on all new Outbacks, 3.9% on all new Crosstreks, and 4.9% on all new Foresters.
Shop 24/7 at DutchMiller.com or come in today and see for yourself. That's Miller Subaru in Charleston.
Stream WSAZ for free now.
Big weekend for the Thunder. Marshall University's homecoming is next week, with a lot of days of fun leading up to, of course, the big game.
Tatum, you're here from Marshall. All about it. The excitement all time of the year, just with football alone. Then you throw homecoming into it.
For sure.
And it's an even extra layer.
Yeah,
what about the theme this year? What's going on?
Yeah, so this year our theme that we chose was behind. The reason that is because, you know, we thought we try to relate it to something going on at Marshall University, something happening in the world. This year with the Paris Olympics. We all know, you know, the Olympics is an opportunity to unite just so many people.
Yes.
And, you know, with that competitive nature of Marshall University and being able to bring that to our institution, we're excited to be able to do that.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, for sure.
Do that.
It's also been the year of women in sports, right? And so we're super excited that our Grand Marshal this year is Dorothy Hicks, the legendary softball coach at Marshall.
That is a great choice.
Yeah, so she's not just a pillar in the community and the sports community at Marshall. She's also been giving back her time, her service, her gifts to support scholarships for students for years. So,
so many people have said if that field with her name wouldn't have been built, there wouldn't even have been the consideration of a men's field. So now they have both of them side by side.
For sure. Yeah, she's been a leader on and off the field. So we're just excited. She's going to be at all the events next week. And if folks are interested in attending the events, they can find all of them listed on the homecoming website.
That's great.
Yeah. And we actually have a video of Hicks that will be dropping next week. And it's a wonderful, just little documentary on her and her story. Follow our foundation and alumni social media accounts, and you can see that next week.
Yeah, and what is nice about this, you're talking about it's a community event, also a great time to bring back and really
touch with, obviously, with your job. You're in touch with a lot of the alumni who are coming back. How do you gauge that? Do they get in touch with you and they get in touch, or do you reach out and tell them about homecoming?
Yeah, so that's really our job, right? Yeah. To be the messengers. We're the ambassadors. We tell folks as we travel the country. We just got back from a 6-day tour. Obviously, we went to the Ohio State game up in Columbus, interacting with folks from Central Ohio. Yeah. We just got back from the nation's capital yesterday because we had amazing events in D.C. So yeah, just spreading the excitement. It's a jobs with a leader like President Brad Smith. Everybody wants to be involved in what we're doing. Our campaign, Marshall for All, Marshall Forever, and homecoming is just an extension of that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it really goes both ways. You know, we're ambassadors for the university. You know, we try our best to push the things that we're doing and the amazing things that they have the opportunity to come back to. But at the same time, you know, they reach out to us and they ask what's going on, and we make sure that they know.
Yeah, for sure.
It is a great way to unite Marshall alums from all over, really the world.
Right.
Absolutely.
And all can kind of celebrate this coming week there. So what are some of the fun things you all have planned?
So we're going to kick off the week with the Unity Walk.
You know, every year Marshall University hosts the Unity Walk. Unity Walk is where student organizations come together with the community. President Smith and our Vice President of Student Intercultural Affairs. Yeah. Split it. You know, they walk around the perimeter of campus along with the band. They unite at the Memorial Fountain, and then that's where they also announce our homecoming court, and it's just an opportunity to actually create their own little banners, and they have a banner competition, so it's a really fun
joke about you being in that picture, but at the same time, you were student body president at Marshall. You went from doing welcomed you, and now you have a role, a whole different role.
So I graduated my bachelor's degree in science, and I started May 1st. So I took a 4-day break and I hit the ground running.
He wanted to make money. We told him to take more time off, but yeah, we're super excited.
You've got all this fun stuff coming up, the parade, the car bash, all these things on campus. Here's where we can find it and plan out so everybody can celebrate the herd during homecoming week.
Guys, thanks for listening.
Thanks for having us.
And we're going to bring home the gold against
absolutely.
State University.
Beat State. Go Herd.
Great. See it.
We'll be right back.
My granddaughters have worked hard in sports. It's tough enough, so the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow trans to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? No way. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side. He's not the Sherrod I used to know. He's way too liberal for me.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
It's the All-America Baseball League, brought to you by Dutch Miller Kia, where every deal is a real humdinger. Look, there's league superstar, cast iron arm Chris Miller, and one of the league's slowest base stealers, Wes the Bear Dog Thompson. Get a home run of a deal and make the play of the day driving off in your dream car from Dutch Miller. For a limited time, get 0.9% financing for 3 months, plus 7 on the 2024 Sportage and Sorrento. Shop 24/7 at DutchMillerKiaofCharleston.com.
When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately to fight to give you the best result as quickly as possible. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Family Care Health Centers invite you to experience the rhythm and flavors of the Caribbean as we celebrate 35 years of service. October 4th at Berry Hill Club. Get your tickets at FamilyCareWV.org or call 304-760-6339.
You know, life isn't all just candy and roller coasters.
Nope. Some days a little rain must fall, and that is the case for Football Friday night. This week, the remnants of Hurricane Helene are still in our area. Let's join Jimmy Tracy, who had to change plans a little bit because of this storm. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey there, Tim and Susan. You know, a little rain, well, oh my gosh, a lot, because so many games in our region have been affected by the rain that came in on this Friday afternoon. A hurricane affecting high school football. In fact, I'm here at our new game of the week because it was going to be Johnson Central at Boyd County, but that game is now on Saturday at 6. Not the only game that's been canceled or postponed. Like I said, at Spring Valley, we have some standing water in one of the end zones in that next couple of hours, and they're anticipating tonight. games we're going to have on Football Friday night. As mentioned, Spring Valley hosting George Washington. That was a fired up Friday this morning. Midland looking for their first win of the year. They're at Hurricane. Parkersburg is at Capital. Nitro is welcoming Wayne. Winfield hosting Logan. The trip up north to Williamstown. Now the next graphic has to be tweaked a little bit. We're still on, are now not on. This County, Belfry hosting McGoffin County. Now look at that one right there. Hosting Clarkson, Ontario. That game is now postponed. In fact, canceled with no makeup date set. And then we got South Point at Fairland. Also on the screen, Portsmouth the Chesapeake Saturday as well. So yeah, Mother Nature again working her way into Football Friday night.
That's the way it works. Thanks, Jimmy. We're going to check back in with Jimmy a little bit later.
Now, this week's look at landscape, your WSAZ lawn and landscape experts.
Hi, I'm Michael, Landscape Management. This last week, we finally have received some rain, which is going to help these lawns tremendously. Unfortunately, with the drought we've received, the soil area is very compacted, and today I want to talk to you about what you can do. 12 months, our area is really hot and dry drought. What that does is you may notice your lawn may be turning brown or a lighter shade of green, or the soil is hard as a rock. When we have those dry conditions, all of the moisture in your soil goes away. That creates a compacted lawn. If you've noticed, it's hard as a rock. One thing Brown Landscape Management can do to help you with that issue is aeration and overseeding. Aeration is a process where we come to your property and use a machine like this or one of our stand-ons and punch holes in the soil. What that does is that breaks up the compaction of that hard soil and allows your lawn to breathe. It also lets your lawn take in nutrients such as moisture, fertilizers, anything healthy deeper into the soil, and that will help the current grass that you have strengthen its root system so it's healthier, greener, and will last longer during the drought conditions. Once the process of aeration is complete, we will take a spreader like this or one of our machines that drops it as we go. We'll go over your lawn and put down fescue, but we can adjust that accordingly to what you like and what you currently have in your lawn. By doing that, all of those holes in your lawn or where the plugs break down loose soil, it will help thicken up your lawn, especially those areas that you may have bare or have a lot of weeds from the dry weather. So that will thin and thicken up the lawn and give you a better looking lawn for the fall. This area has really dealt with the drought. I highly recommend everyone take aeration. The overseeding is great. That does fill in, thicken up your lawn. But if you have a decent looking lawn that has turned yellow, it's because of the compaction in the soil. It hasn't received the nutrients it's need and it's went into dormancy. A lot of lawns, they look dead, but it's actually what the grass seed does. It realizes it's hibernation. With this rain, we'll receive some more, plus the aeration of the lawn. These lawns should actually bounce back within 3 to 4 weeks. One final thing, if you do the aeration and we do go a week without it, we highly recommend giving it some water. You don't want to soak it, but you want the seed to receive some nutrients so it can germinate healthy before the winter weather comes. If you have any questions about what I spoke about today, you get a free aeration and overseeding. Feel free to scan this QR code or our office at 606-928-0030. As always, have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you next Friday.
Now, something that everybody always notices. So Dr. Morris from Southern Ohio Smiles is here to tell us all about the many dental implants that he and his crew are able to do. Thanks so much for stopping by today.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yes, and I see you brought some examples.
We did.
Yeah, help us out. What kind of sets you apart from other dentistry offices?
Well, there are lots of dental offices that what makes us a little bit different is that our implants are old. So that means that we can do them for a little bit less.
That's always nice.
The surgery is much less traumatic. Typically, we don't have to use a scalpel. We don't have to use stitches. So the healing time is much less.
Great.
So that's what makes us a little bit different than everybody else.
Yeah, that's always nice when you hear that it's not going to be as painful, and it's also saving a little bit of money. And you brought some of them here.
We did. So with mini dental implants, we don't just do mini dental implants.
Okay.
We do varying sizes of implants. We do full-size implants as well. We're one of the very few places that do mini implants. The reason we do mini implants, and I kept finding patients that implants were a really good option. Just, you know, for a single $1,000. With implants, you sometimes look at $10,000, $15,000 a piece. So with mini implants, we can do it a little bit differently. The implants are much, much smaller. They have a little ball on the end of them, right? So when we place these, as you can see from the example here, it's not shaped like a bolt like most implants are. It's shaped more like a screw. So because of that, gum, we numb it just like you would for fillings or extractions. You don't have to have general anesthesia or sleep, because a lot of people are afraid of that.
That is a big concern for people.
So when we place the stick up out of the gum, and when I say they're all one piece, the part that sticks up is one solid piece of titanium with the implant body. And then now our then is just going to snap these. You can still remove this to clean it, but it's not going to move. You can laugh and cough and sneeze and do all those things that people want to do, and their lower denture isn't going to go flying out and go shooting across the table.
That's important.
Absolutely. With upper dentures, it's a little bit different, because upper dentures tend to gag people because they cover the roof of the mouth. So when we do mini dental implants to stabilize the denture, get the roof of the mouth out, so you don't have suction on these like you do, because the implants hold them in place. So we can cut that out. You can taste your food better, cold liquids better, and you're going to gag.
That's wonderful there. Now, you say your procedure is less painful. I want to hear about that too.
Okay. So again, standard traditional dental implants are shaped more like a bolt. So in order to place those, you have to use a scalpel. You have to cut the gum open. We have to put stitches in when we're done. Do that. We're going to drill just a local numbing, and then the implants are pointed tipped. So this is going to just, this is a screw. It's going to screw right down into the bone. So no stitches, no scalpel, very much less bleeding, much less pain. And because these implants, the threading on them is very aggressive, and it grabs a hold of that very strongly.
That's great.
So you don't have to wait 6 to 9 months for these things to heal.
Okay, I'll let everybody know as far as cost, and also how long it takes to get all this done.
Well, with cost, because again, these are one-piece implants, the abutment, the part that our crown bonds to, this is all one piece. You're not paying for all those parts and pieces of implants. So they're typically look the same function, much less money, and much less pain, much less traumatic surgery.
That's wonderful.
As far as traumatic of a surgery, typically we're going to have these implants in the mouth for maybe 3 or 4 weeks before we put the crown on.
Enjoying life there.
Absolutely, and you can eat whatever you want.
That's wonderful. Dr. Morse, thanks so much for stopping by and showing this to us.
Well, thanks for having me.
We'll be back after this.
At Pikeville Medical Center, while we proudly carry our community, we are more than a community hospital. We are different. We are a regional referral medical center with more than 500,000 patient encounters every year. Our difference resonates in the investments we've made in today's latest technology, the capability and subspecialists to treat the most complex illnesses, as well as our abilities to offer cutting-edge medical that takes us to new heights and a vision for ongoing improvement and growth. We are prepared to provide advanced medical care when you need it most. That's the Pikeville Medical difference. It's our promise, our commitment. when we say it's because we are.
Pick up to savings with Aqua Living's Red Tag Clearance Sale. All hot tub swims, both plunge tubs are tagged with huge for you. Save over 40% off MSRP. Hot tub starting at $22.99. $45.99. Catalina Swim Spas that heat or chill the water. Cold plunge tubs that chill to 37 degrees. Get 60 months no interest financing with zero money down. Red tags are out and you'll score huge on American-made hot tubs and swim spas at Aqua Living's Red Tag Clearance Sale. Go to shophottubs.com.
This is my legacy.
The Corolla legacy is earned, rooted in affordable reliability. With convenience and unexpected comfort. Cross hybrid for $299 a month, or buy a Corolla sedan with low 5.49 APR.
This is my legacy.
Toyota, let's go places.
Taste Valley's full line of premium mixes give made taste you love. Just a few easy steps. Fluffy biscuits in the morning, golden bread with dinner. Your mouth. Make homemade easy with simple love. You'll quickly become everyone's favorite cook. Shh, nobody has to know it came from a mix. Look for the next time you're grocery shopping.
Weather with the free WSAZ weather app.
Our region now down trees and power lines, also closing part of Sissonville Drive this afternoon.
Yeah, WSAZ's Luke Hamill is in Sissonville. He joins us now live with what it looks like there, and crews are beginning the cleanup process.
I've been here since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, right next to Kelmont Lane. This part of the road is closed between Arch and Leg Fork Road. Otherwise, people are forced to kind of turn around in the other direction on Sissonville Drive. Now, AEP's website says more than 800 people in this area are affected down onto the line. Now that another tree, I don't know if it has a line or not, but AEP's website, the power line should be fixed by 9 p.m. tonight. But we'll have to stay in.
Thanks a lot, Luke, for letting us know about the cleanup that has started there in Sissonville. We will check back throughout the evening on the things they're working on, and we'll be right.
Off spectacular with new 2024 Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport with 5.9% APR for 60 months plus $2,500 total cash allowance. Get started at thornhillford.net.
Get ready, folks. Truck Month is here at the Thornhill Motor Mile.
That's right, new 2024 Ford F-150 and Super Duty trucks with rates up to 84 months with 5.9% APR. It's Truck Month at Thornhill Ford Lincoln.
Mornings on WSAZ, up to get you going.
Strong winds ripping off part of a roof in a building in downtown Greenup. This was actually sent in to us, a picture sent in by a viewer. Wow, look at that. You can see some of the roof, top of the roof, literally just peeled right off. A tree fell on an apartment building this afternoon. It happened in the 10,000 block of County Road 1. Now, the owner of the apartment building said that he was inside at the time. He was doing some renovations down on the first floor. He heard a big loud bang, ran out and saw that. A tree on the corner of the building. It also took down a couple power lines. Luckily, it didn't block the road. They could go under it.
Yeah.
No one was hurt.
So if you can safely take pictures or video of damage in your neighborhood, it into us. That's a great way for us to let everybody know what is going on and how massive the storm is.
Yeah, and if you look outside and you're in Huntington right now and you're afraid, that don't be, because the sun is out right now in Huntington. So I just stepped out into the hallway and I'm like, what's that out there? It's been quite a day.
It has.
And now, as we said, the cleanup begins. So we're going to have much more.
Martina Bills, WSAZ, making a difference.
Tax
into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. For jackpots, right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online. Country roads, take me home. Take me home, country roads.
When breaking news happens, WSAZ is there first.
This is really what we've seen yet.
Do you see how this is?
You can trust.
We are on an alert day you need to know about.
The Tri-State's breaking news leader.
We continue to follow a breaking news alert.
Difference. Nicholas Snyder, WSAZ. WSAZ first at 5. Now the First Alert Weather Day.
Welcome to First at 5, everyone. I'm Sarah Sager.
And I'm Tim Harris. On this First Weather Day, we are following the aftermath of some big storms that rolled across the region this afternoon. Our meteorologist Nicholas Snyder is here to tell us if the worst is past and what we can expect now this evening.
Yeah, the worst is past, but we still have some gusty winds to deal with till about the sunset hour. Certainly noon, though, but still 21 miles an hour in Huntington and Charleston right now. Up in Gallipolis, 20-mile-an-hour sustained winds. 19-mile-an-hour sustained winds in Athens. That could blow your trash can around still. Winds gusting still just above 30 miles an hour, but it's below advisory criteria for most of us. Gallipolis nearing that 40-mile-an-hour mark, though, and it's quite gusty. We did have a few tornado warnings. Those have within the WSAZ viewing area, but still warning in place for Scioto County. That does include Portsmouth and Lucasville. US 23 if you're driving up there, all the way into Pike County too. Waverly and Piketon in that severe thunderstorm warning. This black box around the orange box indicates winds of up to 70 miles an hour still possible within this thunderstorm. So up US 23 really all the way to Go there, take it slow, and if you can, just stay inside. Meantime, flash flood warnings remain in place for a good chunk of the river cities as well as areas along the Ohio River here until about the 5:30 p.m. time frame, because we're still seeing some light shower activity from Pikeville to Inez to Louisa all the way up into Grayson. So Grayson's in a flash flood warning, so is Huntington, so is Rain, Ironton, Ashland. A lot of southern portions of Lawrence County still in flash flood warnings. Remember the old saying, turn around, don't drown. We could still see some flooding. So the rest of your evening, we're talking about a few showers. Most of us actually staying dry just in time to start those football games. However, it is still breezy. Do want to mention Ironton has canceled its game this evening. A few others have canceled their games. We'll let you know in our football Friday night coverage. 7 p.m. we're seeing the winds starting to calm down, though, by the time those games are starting. And then by the 9 p.m. hour, the rains begin to exit. We calm you down, and things are shaping up much calmer night all around the WSAZ viewing area. So coming up in the full forecast, we're talking about lighter rains. They're still here, but they're not going to cause any issues. Rains are slowly exiting around the area, still looking beneficial, though, into Monday. And then we're talking about more of a fall-like feel into the overall area for next week. And we'll have all the details on that coming up in the full forecast in just a few minutes. Tony Cavalier live now at Ritter Park. More on what we have seen from this storm. Tony, what's going on?
And Nicholas, on the south side of town, these little projectile branches have been blown around, walking over, passing over on 12th Avenue, for example. Russ Cook told me as he was cleaning up the debris on his lawn and in his backyard, he was saying this was better than it was back in April 2nd when the tornado and the heavy winds came through. The other part of the wind aspect is, of course, we've been under flash flood watches and warnings. Four Pole Creek has held its banks. As Nicholas was saying, there are no new heavy rains at the headwaters of the Four Pole. so many streams holding their banks. The big issue was the wind. Why wind? Well, we had the passage of a tropical storm, former hurricane. So let's take a look at, behind me, we've got on the south. This is kind of common on Enslow Boulevard. We're just here on the side saddle of Britter. The massive trees are down, and what these are causing, of course, as we are here, we're standing in the middle of Enslow Boulevard, and also causing power out. And that's the big issue now. It's buggy, it's balmy if you're heading out to one of those games. It's like the tropics. And it usually is down like that. Sarah Sager's inside our studio tracking the power outages across the tri-state area.
And there are plenty of those outages, Tony. Let's check out our map. This is poweroutages.us, shows all the outages across the entire country, and you can see right where Hurricane Helene moved north up from the Gulf Coast. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, all in the red zones, as well as the regions in the area. So let's start in West Virginia, specific to our area. Let's look high, just shy of customers without power right now. In Wayne County, also a red area, which means it's the worst. 7,300 customers without power. Kanawha customers without power. And as we move over to Fayette County, you're seeing about 1,700 customers without power as well. Some of our more center counties like Boone, not affected as much with 1,200 customers there. Putnam County, about the same, a little over 1,000. But let's move into the Kentucky area. Kentucky was hit hard as well. Check out all the here eastern Kentucky. So some of our counties affected. We're seeing Lawrence County right now, 18% of that county out of power, 1,600. Also want to give a check over to Ohio as well, because several of those counties were affected. And a tornado warning move up through that area. Several of those counties still without power right now. So we'll get you an update on those outages coming up in just a bit.
So crews in Huntington worked to clear a tree that fell down by a busy road. Storm moved through Fifth Avenue in Huntington, right on the Marshall campus. In fact, it was right near the area. This was one of several trees that fell across the area. The crews were out there at the time as the wind continued to blow, and there were trees that you'll see later on in Chesapeake. Another area that was hard hit, in fact, is Sissonville. Yes, Sissonville experiencing some serious power outages after a tree actually made contact with power lines. Luke Hamilton joins us now from Sissonville Drive with the latest on the cleanup process that is well underway.
Part of Sissonville Drive between Archibald Drive and Leg is closed afternoon. I'm currently standing near Kelmont Lane, where cars are able to go through if they live in an area that's still considered safe by the crews that are here with cones up, with the road closed sign. Now, if the cars are going through here and they don't live in this area, they have to turn around and find a different way to get home. AEP's website says that more than 800 people have lost power in this area, and they're expected to fix it by 9 p.m. The Sissonville Fire Department originally said that it would back up around 5 p.m., but as clearly look later on if we can until the damaged line that was hit by a tree earlier today is moved completely off the road because it's still unsafe.
All right. Thanks, Luke. Crews in tell us just because the power lines are damaged and on the ground, it doesn't mean that they're always set. And that's exactly what Luke means when he says that. You cannot
way avoid. We're going to keep you.
Kentucky, the governor, Andy Beshear, provided an update on the weather. State employees were sent home early, about 10:30, in advance of the storm. The governor adds that they have pre-staged assets throughout the state in order to respond, and crews will be helping neighboring states as needed. We mentioned Chesapeake, Ohio, and here's where a tree fell on an apartment building this afternoon. This was in the 10,000 block of County, the Chesapeake Flea Market, if you know where the road. The owner of the apartment building died. He's renovating the entire building. They were doing work down on the first floor. Bang, and that tree fell on the back corner of the building, took out a couple power lines along with it. Now, luckily, no one was hurt, and the tree was not, as you can see, blocking the road. They were able to get underneath it.
Well, check out some of this video from US 52. This is near the Twin Bridges. Really, a driver catching this video as they were driving along 52. Check out all the water just pouring down from the side. You can see an RV parked, and then a flood of water. Again, just more rushing water moving over that hillside there, that mountaintop.
Yeah, they cleared that mountain because of problems with falling. Moved it back, cleared it off as you can see side, but without there now, for the most part,
that water
has nowhere to go. It just doesn't
gushing.
sink into the ground. It just goes right down to the road.
Stay safe if you see any water like this. Probably the best not to drive through it.
Drive through it, yeah. Week 5 of football Friday night. Unavoidable. It's going to be a wet one.
It definitely is. You're going to get all the stains out of those pants. We got a combo report.
Sorry, moms and dads.
Weather, football, yeah, that's going to happen. So let's check in with News Channel 3's Jimmy Tracy. So that our game of the week.
Hey there, Taylor and Sarah. Football Friday night shouldn't be this stressful before 6 o'clock, but boy, a huge storm rolled through earlier this afternoon. It's wreaked havoc on many games in our area. In fact, game of the week is going to be Johnson Central County, but that was now put Saturday. So we had Plan B, which is a pretty good one. GW at Spring Valley, and over my right shoulder, if you can tell, that's the only real problem left here at Spring Valley. The water collected in that back corner of the end zone, and with that pump that just got here, that's going to be pretty much gone shortly. Kickoff in another 2 hours, so this field should be up and ready to go. We have electric, which is also good, and the wind has subsided a bit. So game on tonight for GW at Spring Valley. This season's in Spring Valley, they are currently unbeaten at 4-0. Spring Valley 2-2, and the T-Wolves are just coming off beating Midland at Midland by 30 points, 49-19. So that is tonight's game of the week after option number 1 kind of got tomorrow with some crazy weather. Some other games also not going to happen tonight. Ironton, that game with the team from Canada is now canceled with no real makeup date. Also, Portsmouth to Chesapeake, that is now future B. That is now Saturday at 6 o'clock. So, you know, the Bees hanging around. We're going to have a game here tonight for some high school football. Just trying not to get stung. That would be a capper on today's events for sure.
You think getting some rain would make those bees go away?
Yeah, have them get away from you. That's right, Jimmy. Just keep, whatever you do. Be careful. There are wolves and bees there tonight. Thanks, Jimmy. We're going to check back in with Jimmy at 6 o'clock.
Hopefully it stays dry.
Right, and isn't stung.
That's true. Well, wind and rain causing major issues with flooding, down trees in the Huntington area, too.
Right. We saw Andrew Colgrove just a little while ago talking about those trees where Tony was that fell. Andrew's now in a different spot looking at damage. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Tim. People here on the south scare earlier this afternoon. To my left, behind my shoulder here, was brought down around 2 o'clock this afternoon across Enslow Boulevard. It fell across the road and landed right on top of a car as it was coming through. Neighbors say that a mother was driving with her 2 young sons. The neighbors say they rushed over to see if there was anything they car was damaged. They were not badly hurt. They say they tried to help comfort those kids. They say you can imagine their nerves were pretty badly shaken up, but they say the main thing, just glad that those kids and their mother were okay. Right now you can see crews are still working on clearing up that tree and others that came down out of Enslow Boulevard. Looks like they're getting pretty close to wrapping up, so probably won't be too much longer before this road. That a home on Edward Street not far from here was damaged as well. We're going to check that out here in a little bit and keep you updated as we survey more of the damage here in Huntington. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Andrew. And still to come, deadly Hurricane Helene roaring north from the coast,
leaving devastating destruction behind across several states.
And a severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for a good chunk of Scioto County and all of Pike County in Ohio till 5:30 p.m. Considerable damage possible with 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of this storm. So Portsmouth, you're not out of the woods yet. Same thing with Pikeville along that US 23 corridor. We have the latest on what we're tracking from the remnants of Helene coming up in just a bit.
WSAZ's Game of the Week, brought to you by CJ Hughes, Safety Quality Production.
Gray Media. We're looking to hire new media executives right now at WSAZ. We're seeking good communicators and competitive. Join the #1 TV station in the tri-state and grow your career with Gray at WSAZ today.
More capability to get you space to take it all with you, and more tech to make the most out of it. Ford SUVs were designed and built to help you get more out of them. And right now, during Ford SUV season, get a new Ford Escape now and total cash. New Explorers have 2.9 for $60 plus $1,500 total cash. Don't miss SUV season at your local Ford store. Well, there's
Avoiding campfire smoke is hard.
Is this for real?
Hiring Morgan & Morgan for your injury is easy. Morgan & Morgan. The choice is easy.
With the right support and care, a seed can grow a resilient plant. Recovery takes patience, attention, and a willingness to listen. Every path is every story of substance. When it comes to need everyone to break through addiction. Learn more at backtolifewv.org.
Health Centers invite you to experience the rhythm and flavors of the Caribbean as we celebrate 35 years of service. October 4th at Berry Hills Country Club. Get your tickets at FamilyCareWV.org or call 304-760-6339.
The WSAZ Storm Chaser, powered by your 5-star Chevy dealers. This is WSAZ First at 5.
Tropical depression Helene continues to spin northward quickly, but in its wake, millions of people are without power.
And at least 25 deaths have been blamed on the former Category 4 hurricane. Michael Yoshida reports huge portions of the southeast now grappling with life-threatening flooding and risk of buckling because of the strain.
This is still a very dangerous situation. Even though some of the storm surge is receding in Florida.
Boats on yards in front of homes, roofs torn off, trees toppled, vehicles crushed. Many Floridians are assessing Helene's punishing overnight blow while the threat moved north.
There's still so much that's happening across states.
Potentially historic and devastating flood levels are washing across large parts of the southeast.
We're also trying to get the multiple structures right now that we know have individuals inside with.
Georgia's governor confirming Friday afternoon that multiple people trapped in buildings. Water rescues in that state and others have essentially been non-stop Helene's landfall. In North Carolina, forecasters predict Helene's impact to be one of the most significant weather events to happen in the modern era for the region. At least 2 storm-related fatalities have happened there. Around mountainous Asheville, already saturated from pre-Helene rains, there are other threats.
I am worried about potential building falling and collapse.
On roads everywhere. We don't have to.
Good advice by just about every emergency management official.
You need to exercise extreme caution.
Now, the weather we're seeing has caused a utility pole to break. 23 in Boyd County.
So that road now is closed to all traffic. WSAZ's Abby Lord joins us now live near Catlettsburg Elementary with a look at the scene. Hey, Abby.
Hey, so yeah, US 23 is all the way closed from Catlettsburg Elementary all the way down to 23rd Street. Right now, crews tell me that about 8 power lines that are down on the street around 55th Street. Repaired around 4:06 p.m. to assess condition. Well, good news for those who live around here, because at 5:06 poles were coming in from AAP just to get those done. There is a detour being sent through. You will be able to get through. There is no time on when the road will reopen or when the repairs will be fixed, but they're hoping soon. At least around 3 to 4 hours is what the crews told me. There is water on the road. The sun has come out, but there's damage all over Boyd County with lines down as well as trees. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Abby. We'll keep checking in on different areas. As you can see, we've been from Sissonville down to 23 in Ashland and all over Huntington with and a lot of cleanup.
It's lots of hard-hit areas, so we're going to keep checking in. We'll be right back.
What happened to Sherrod Brown? Brown backed higher taxes on paychecks, on gas, even higher taxes on Social Security. Why? To give illegal immigrants welfare and it's bankrupting and hurting Ohio. Brown's been in politics for 50 years. He's never had a real job. He's just another washed politician. Time for change. Buckeye Values PAC is responsible for this message.
Did you know the Try Olay Super Eye Serum, the serum that targets top eye concerns. It hydrates, brightens, refreshes tired eyes, and improves fine lines and puffs. Try Olay Super Eyes Serum.
Actually smell your sweat. That's why I use Secret Clinical Antiperspirant. It works on sweat from stress, heat, and activity. It provides 3 times stress sweat protection. Secret
League brought to you by Miller Kia, where every deal is a real Kia. Look, League superstar cast iron arm Chris Miller and run of a deal and make the play of the day driving off in your dream car from Dutch Miller. For a limited time, get 2.49% APR for 60 months. Brand new Sorrentos, 2,500 select models. Shop 24/7 at DutchMillerKia.com.
We've got the rivalry. We've got all the big play. The atmosphere. We'll have scores and highlights from all around the region. West Virginia, Ohio, and Kentucky.
Are you at risk for lung cancer? Get your screening today. Edwards Cancer Institute.
From the Appalachian Regional Healthcare Web, this is a First Alert Weather Day.
All right, lots of weather we've been having lately, and it's afternoon, very wet and also extremely windy form across the area.
I tell you, 2024 has been a year. And of course, today, just 100 since 2012. Yeah, whole lot going on in 2024 so far. Luckily, as we move forward throughout the weekend, a lot of this activity begins to calm down. So that's the good news. Tomorrow and Sunday, just seeing some beneficial showers. And then by next week, nice weather begins to move on in for the day. Winds still a little gusty. Now off to the north and west Dayton, but we're still seeing 15 to 20 mile an hour winds with gusts, say 25 to 30 miles an hour in some spots. So watch out for sunset. Still a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place, though, for thunderstorm winds over in Scioto and Pike counties in Ohio. This black box, I've been talking about this, around the orange box you see, considers very, very excessive wind. We're talking 55 to 65 mile-an-hour winds in some of these storms. So US 23 in Pike County, US 23 in Scioto County, very tough go of the evening. It gets slow over there. This stuff we're seeing in East Kentucky, right along the Big Sandy River here, basically along and east of US 23, just some do not cause very many issues. But flash flood warnings do continue. Grayson, Huntington, Ashland, Ironton, we're continuing to see flash flood warnings in that time frame. So keep start to see those breezes calming down and not too much rain by the 10 p.m. hour. So those football games that are being played tonight, I think you're going to have much better weather, but still maybe a little breezy as your game out. This is the post-tropical system, Helene. Now we're getting a punch of drier air coming in from the west. We're seeing everything begin to dry out, and we'll continue to see that throughout the overnight. But by tomorrow, we'll start to see more of this light activity that will pass. So continue to expect rain mainly in the afternoon. Along and west of the Big Sandy River, you could see rain all day. Sunday, so basically along the Big Sandy River, light shower activity. Remember, it's not going to be too bad of a day for the day Sunday. And we're still seeing beneficial rain. We're not going to cause a whole lot in terms of issues. So there's issues there. Temperature-wise, we're right near where we should be for this time of year. One in place of where they are compared to average, near that mid 70-degree mark. If you do want to head out to Spring Valley High School, again, watch out for little breezes as the ball hit the uprights. We're talking about temperatures in the 70s for your evening temperatures. Overnight tonight, we're dropping you into the lower and middle 60s. Isolated evening showers. Widespread rain does move in a little bit later. Those on and off showers we will see tomorrow. Most of the shower activity along and west of the Big Sandy until when that area. By the time we head into Monday, of a cold front, and then we're talking about cooler temperatures by Wednesday. High of 72, low of 48. And again, the weather looking a lot better for the middle and end of next week.
Yeah, looks like it may go back up a little bit into the 80s, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Nick. Now, 7 years young.
And this week's hometown to stop helping children anytime soon.
WSAZ's kickoff. West Virginia, friends and family pricing for more than 60 years.
My granddaughters have worked hard to accept. It's tough enough. So the idea that Sherrod Brown voted, it's unfair and dangerous. And biological men and girls' lives? No. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side. He's not the Sherrod I used to know.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
C.J. Hughes was founded in 1946 in Huntington, West Virginia, and is one of the region's leading underground utility and facility construction contractors. With devotion to safety and quality, C.J. Hughes offers an array of specialized services. We're committed to our customers and the communities. C.J. Quality production.
Series and has been electric. What a thrill! Off in a quest. Car Xfinity postseason off from Kansas on the CW as Cole Custer, Chandler Hill, and the rest of the field take their first spin toward a title.
This one is going to be tight.
The NASCAR Xfinity playoffs.
Get ready. Chili Fest, with all the fun you've come to know and love, plus live music and entertainment, and of course, the world's best competition chili. Don't forget, you can take a chance at your RAV4 from Advantage Toyota. It all benefits the Huntington Ronald McDonald House. WSA is waiting for Saturday, October 12th in downtown Huntington. Get your news an hour earlier with WSAZ News at 10 p.m. Scan this QR code to find your local CW.
She's 97 years old, and she is still working to help people in her church. And she said she's not going to stop.
Leitner at her church in Canvas, West. In her craft group, wanted her to be this week's hometown hero.
But I think the little kids will like these.
97-year-old Mary Leitner is an active member at Jordan Chapel United Methodist Church in Canvas, West Virginia. She's been gathering on Wednesday mornings with a small group for years, making crafts like bracelets for the children and prayer squares for people in need.
When somebody is ill or some disaster comes along, we always give them one. We all pray over it, and these are not tied until we pray for the person, and then they're tied.
Peggy Vickers and Sue Burkholder say
it makes us feel real good because we're hoping we live.
Meals for family, and she doesn't expect anything in return.
We don't want to get paid.
She also has a great sense of humor and isn't afraid to be brutal.
Since she made this cake and we didn't have breakfast,
Mary says she just wants to keep busy.
Idle hands are the devil's workshop.
She believes making crafts at home and planning projects with her friends helps her stay young.
Keeping busy is the best thing you can do.
Leitner's neighbor, Lisa Groves, brings her to church every Wednesday. She surprised Mary by presenting her with this week's Hometown Hero Award.
You are our favorite 97-year-old.
You have to make that number.
We're proud of you, Mary. It is hometown hero.
My word. You mean this is going to be on?
She's been through a lot and come out on top every time.
All together, we
a long life, beating cancer twice and helping as much as possible along the way. Although she was thinking more.
A big party.
Nicholas County, Luke Hamilton, WSAZ.
I love her.
She's so fun. I'm going to have to start saying heaven Detroit. That's such a great line.
She's a character.
She is.
Yeah.
Luke says Mary made him eat some the first time while he was there, and he liked it.
Yeah. Didn't bring any back to us.
No. Thanks, Luke.
By the way, she also told him if her grandchildren see this and scream, that she would be calling him. So no screaming.
We've got to get an update from Luke.
Right. Only screams of joy. If you nominate someone you know to be a hometown hero, station.
Break our coverage of storm damage.
Our region seeing some storms connected to this hurricane.
Sweater season and pumpkin spice are day, so there's 3 things I want to do while I still can. Hang it at the pool one more time before I have to trade sunscreen for flannel, like Seattle in the 90s. One last trail turns to mud. I hate getting my boots dirty. Head to the meat market for one last barbecue in my brand new truck from Dutch Miller Ram of South Charleston.
During Ram Power Days, get up to 9,500 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
6 long stripes, 7 short.
And 110 sets of Ohio hands that make it.
But the federal government has been spending millions on American flags made in China. Sherrod Brown into that.
Sherrod Brown wrote the All Flag Act.
Now all flags purchased by the government must be made in America.
By Americans. Common sense. The American support.
conversations with real people.
Investigate story.
Change every day.
Something is
weekday.
WSAZ, we're
You to know. Up with your forecast. Time to get to your morning drive.
And up with live First Alert traffic updates, getting you there on time.
Up for what's now.
If it's happening now, you'll see it here.
Mornings on WSAZ. Up to get you going. Tonight's live the West Virginia Lottery. Jackpots in the millions. It could happen to you. WSAZ 530 edition starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
Welcome back to First at 5. I'm Sarah Sager.
And if you were outside,
yes,
or pick yourself up off the ground, a lot of
a tree.
Right. Some areas are even still seeing some rain and gusty conditions.
Right.
So we'll get right to it. Let's talk about the wind. They have calmed down over our viewing area at least quite a bit. We're only seeing sustained winds of up to, let's say, 15 to 20 miles an hour, with gusts maybe up to, say, 20 to 25, maybe even 30 miles an hour around the region. However, still some storms bringing about gusty winds in the area into portions of Scioto County. Warning that is in place until now. A tornado still is possible with this, but there are no tornado warnings with this, and I don't anticipate any more tornado warnings throughout the evening. Remember, we had a few tornado warnings over in Lawrence County, Ohio, Jackson County, Ohio. Those are gone. Don't anticipate the evening as this system continues to weaken. We'll still talk 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Storms from Portsmouth through Lucasville, Piketon, US 23, a tough go of it for your evening drive. Keep that in mind. Just some light stuff, though, as you move to the south, Louisa, Inez, Paintsville, up through Huntington. You're dealing with some light to moderate showers. There is water over in the Raceland viaducts underneath those bridges. Water spots. Flash flood warnings do continue basically for the entire River Cities area, portions of Greenup County, Carter County, Kentucky, as well as portions of northern Lawrence County in Kentucky, northwestern Cal, southern Lawrence counties in Ohio for the time. This evening, though, the breezy winds calm down. We're still expecting a few scattered showers here or there, but the winds will temperatures into the upper 70s. So coming up in the full forecast, weekend rains. Rains are slowly exiting the area by next week. By the middle of next week as we usher in the 1st of October. We'll talk all about it coming up in the full in just a bit.
All right, thanks, Nicholas. Wind and rain, those issues you heard about from Nicholas, causing some serious issues, including downed trees in Huntington.
So Andrew Colgrove joins us once again with a look at the damage at one house in particular, dealing with a big tree.
Yeah, Tim, how is this for bad timing? A man and his wife had just left vacation this afternoon. They were going to Michigan. The man who lives had just crossed the Ohio River into Ohio when they got a call from a neighbor letting them know that something pretty bad had happened. I'll step out of the way so you can see a large tree was brought down by strong winds this afternoon. You can see the base of the tree along the road, and it went right into the house. The man says he and his wife came back here, had to cancel their vacation to deal with the aftermath here. He said by firefighters and the city engineer, right now it is not considered safe for him to even go into his house. So at this point, he can't even go inside to get anything. This is in the south side of Huntington, but he did ask us to not mention the name of the road because at this point, he says, looters is something that he's concerned about as well. He says he has been on the phone with his insurance to try to figure out where to go from here, but obviously it's a big mess for this family to deal with moving forward. He did say that he and his wife are going to be staying in a camper at Beach Fork for at least a couple days as they try to figure out where to go from here.
All that on your mind, that's for sure. Hey, thanks, Andrew. Obviously, you have to feel sorry for anybody in those situations, and that kind of story, unfortunately, is repeated probably all across the region. That might just be the first of many that we see like that.
That's just wild.
Coming up, Hurricane Helene, as we see, blowing through the region, taking down trees, closing businesses, and causing a tornado.
Listen to WSAZ's First Alert Weather on B97, the Tri-State's home for 70s and 80s hits. Who you trust matters. At WSAZ, finding truth is our promise to you. Checking the facts on all sides.
How do you restore that relationship?
To serve you with accuracy.
Other day, what's in store for it?
Fact.
So I took Caleb's story to the governor.
And transparency.
When we look at the numbers, that's just not the case.
WSAZ, who you trust matters.
With Chevy trucks, be ready for adventure. With power you can count on. Capability that doesn't compromise. A hard-working EV than any competitor, and the potential to take you anywhere. Get 0% financing on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. In an eligible vehicle. See your 5-star Chevy dealer.
We're powering up like Power Sellathon at Big Sandy. If you need a new mattress, you've come to the right place. Power upgrades. Get a power adjustable base for the same price as a box spring on any mattress, $5.99 or more. Power buys, like this Sealy Posturepedic queen size mattress. Don't pay $7.99, now just $4.99. And power financing. Get up to 3 years interest. Big Sandy Superstore.
Asbestos. I'm attorney Bobby Warner, and I've been representing West Virginia workers for more than 25 years. If you or someone you love were diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer after exposure to asbestos while working in an unsafe workplace, you may be entitled to Bobby Warner, and I fight for West Virginia.
Bobby, the time. Call 345-6789.
This is WSAZ 530 edition.
So we know how strong the wind can be, and the wind proving that today, causing a utility pole to actually break on US 23 in Boyd County.
Road is now closed to all traffic because of it. WSAZ's Abby Lord joins us live now near Catlettsburg Elementary with the latest. Abby?
Up and the rain has started to fall. The sun was out no less than like 30 minutes ago, and now is U.S. starting from Catlettsburg all the way down to 23rd lines. Eight lines. There are 3 to 8 down. There's a lady helping to if you do live you through there 20 minutes ago, another blind from A just came through. It's getting wetter.
Yeah, we can hear that microphone, the wind whipping around.
Right, and Abby's right. It was just a little while ago. We saw the same thing in Huntington, bright and sunny, so that kind of talking about her.
Jacksonville, another place that's experiencing power outages after a tree made contact with power lines.
Right, so Luke joins us once again live on Sisson. Where you are, Luke.
Tim, the sun's but when I first got here, it was really car and at 1 o'clock afternoon after a tree in between on Sissonville Drive, and it's just a small. But the crews say I can't go back there right now because it's still dangerous. The lines are still on the ground. The foreman says they don't working because it's unsafe. Similar to what Abby was saying, they are letting people that live in the area that's not affected by the lock through. Right now, and people have lost this outage right now the line, but they are planning to fix that at around 9 o'clock this evening.
Hey, thanks, Luke. That's one case scenario, and the lights come on before. You can always hope that if they're on the ground, stay away from them, call the power company.
Yeah. It's not a power line. You never know. So we're going to keep you updated and have a closer look.
With Chevy, with power you can count on. Hardworking EV with more range than and the potential to take you anywhere. Get 0% financing on all. Trade-in and eligible. Star Chevy dealer.
Even higher taxes on Social Security. Why? To give you health care. It's bank in Ohio. Brown is not a real job. He's just another Washington politician. Buckeye Values PAC is responsible for the content.
So you're on time every
for breaking backups and trouble spots.
Major construction project is can avoid the backup
without letting them slow you down.
And it's a first alert weather day today, so you will need some extra time.
More updates.
We do have a breaking traffic situation on Interstate 64.
More up to date. WSAZ alert traffic every morning, every evening. Brought to you by Gomart.
Risk for lung cancer today. Edwards.
Let's take a look at a region as we have seen hurricanes have. We know that it has our counties. This is a look at Ohio, and you can see where. Let's take a look in Lawrence County, where about a third of the county right now affected. Almost 9,000 customers without power right at this moment. Another county seriously impacted, Jackson County. More than 50% of customers there without power. Over in Kentucky, counties, a lot of them in the Boyd County, 10,000 customers without power right now. And in West Virginia, it's here, but another place we are seeing where a lot of those outages are happening are without power right now. And just to give you an overview, this is the entire United States. You can see where Hurricane Helene moved up from that Gulf Coast because all of these areas, these states are in the red right now.
Their weather center is a first alert weather day.
Things are calming down, though, as we see all around the region. In fact, we're starting to see a little sign move on Huntington, although rain has moved in. You can see that on our camera. But as we go throughout the evening, things will start to look a little bit better moving forward here. And by the time football games do start, if you do have out of an evening, albeit a little bit still breezy all around the region. Let's take basically along that big sandy valley. So if you're in any town near there, that's Louisa, that's Ashland, of course that's Huntington itself. That's where we're seeing the rain continuing. You saw that big old storm, that big blob of red move right into Huntington and move to the north and west. That's what caused all the strong winds. That's what caused the tornado warnings that we did see. Finally, things are starting to calm down, clear out. Winds are still a little breezy around the region though, so we'll have to watch that. 79 in Charleston, 77 in Ripley, 72 Athens, 71 Portsmouth, 76 Louisa, and 73 down into low clear conditions for the rain continues to fade away, and then we'll start to see some more showers work on in for the day tomorrow. Sandy River, I think that's your best bet. Same thing up in and that rain becomes a bit more widespread for areas like Charleston, for areas like Ripley, for Louisa and Logan, places like that further on into the afternoon. We'll see rain on throughout Saturday night, and we'll see more rain off and on through the day on Sunday as well. If you do have to go to any football games, it's going to be a little breezy. That's why the ball hit the uprights there, but temperatures are going to be in the 70s, so not too bad. And the breezes calm down a little bit later on. We're talking low 70s by the end of those games, and again, the breeze is not an issue by the time those games are, say, after the second half. So we are talking about Saturday into Sunday, seeing some more. But I do want to mention here, by Sunday, pumpkin parade, light showers, may go to rain on that. Shouldn't be a huge deal for that pumpkin parade. The best rain chance is going to be along and easy there for Sunday. Today, some light showers, isolated in nature here, and then we're totally dry finally, which is surprising to say after such a long drought, but finally totally dry. 70s Wednesday, overnight lows into the upper 40s. So we're ushering in October with an October feel for sure.
I think we made up
perfect, I'd say.
Yeah,
there you go.
We made up for a lot of that lack of rain today.
Yes, we did.
All right. Hey, thanks, Nick. Up early.
Got a fired up. Whoops.
Bernie Moreno's invested millions in a hedge fund run by Moreno's buy up single-family homes as investments, making landlords for families like yours. The cost of housing skyrockets, the more money Bernie Moreno makes. Bernie Moreno doesn't care about Ohio. He's only out for himself. Win Senate is responsible for the content of this ad.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Anywhere else. Swear. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand.
Where every deal is a real humdinger. Look, there's League Superstar and one of the league's slowest base dealers, the Bear Dog Thompson. Get a home run of a deal and make the play of the day driving off in your dream car from Dutch Miller. For a limited time, get 0.9% financing for up to 48 months, plus $750 owner loyalty bonus cash on the 2024 Sportage and Sorrento. Shop 24/7 at charleston.com.
Who's that guy?
His name is Red Tag. He's here to save some green. He's slashing prices left and right for the home of your dreams. Save thousands on select in-stock homes, that's what we say. If you want to save some green, just look for the man in red.
My name is Gary.
Don't.
Save thousands on select homes at the Red Tag sale.
It is now week 6 of Fired Up Friday, and the Timberwolves of Spring Valley brought the heat this morning. Let's take a look at what WSAZ Joseph Payton was up to.
Are live at Spring Valley High School. It's been 2 years since we came here. Last time had some internet issues. We had to move it to the cafeteria. This year we've got it all figured out. and the Spring Valley faithful ready for game day. They're playing GW tonight.
We got to run the ball good. Will McClure has had a crazy game the past couple of weeks. Our boys are going to take the dub again. I appreciate my boys. Let's go, Valley!
That guy's ready to play some football. All of them ready to hit somebody tonight here in the land of the Wolves. We've got our band playing a very famous song by Queen about specific world go-round.
My personal favorite thing to play is
Brothers for us on this Friday morning.
I think it's a standard for the band, and I'm really happy that we keep doing that every year. It's been here since the school opened.
It's really exciting. I love the school spirit. I'm so happy that everyone's here. We're game day ready. I love being on the team in my school, and it's
somebody's birthday.
Emily Gerald's birthday!
Happy Gerald. I mean, this is just an enormous Friday for so many reasons. Talk to me about being Spring Valley Timberwolves and what it means to you.
It means I have pride in join your school and support your Timberwolves.
Now the band is playing Hot to Go. This is a Chapel Roan morning here in Spring Valley. We've got some of our administration out here putting on a clip on the. Check out Wolfie next to me. You want to think that this person isn't locked in? Well, you'd be wrong, because Wolfie is always locked in on game day. Two good football teams in Spring Valley and GW. Keith Morehouse and Jimmy Tracy will be electric tonight on Football Friday night. You can catch all the highlights.
Oh, so much fun. And don't worry, we've still got plenty of Football Friday night ahead. Tune in 11:05 right here on WSAZ. Well, the NTSB has issued an urgent safety warning for 57s possibly jam.
So this issue that's attached to the rudder on some models that could fail. An incident that issue was first reported on a United flight earlier this year. The FAA says the United Airlines is the only U.S. airline with 737s using those components in question, and that they are no longer being used. So therefore, that issue is investigated now. Federal government is handing out free COVID tests once again. Americans can order their tests from covidtest.gov. The tests will be shipped starting next week, all free through the Postal Service. Each household is eligible to get 4 at-home test kits. This is the 7th time the government is giving out free tests because, you know, we're moving into that season, cold and flu season. Dame Maggie Smith, one of Britain's best-known actresses, has died.
Yeah, her sons released a statement this morning saying their mother died peacefully in a hospital early Friday with family and friends by her side. Smith's long career ranged from starring opposite Laurence Olivier in Othello. Olivier, excuse me. Yes, and how I know her best, Harry Potter.
Oh, that's true. She was in Harry Potter.
She was wonderful Professor McGonagall. She's also Downton Abbey.
Yeah.
She appeared as Minerva McGonagall, like I said, and Violet Crawley in Downton Abbey. She was 89 years old and such a legend.
Yeah, and building up that whole new legion of fans through those two new roles. That's why a lot of people remember her. She just kept her career going.
Iconic.
Yep.
Tune in at 6.
Hey, Lexus, show alternate routes.
Future. Sometimes it's a work in progress. Other times it's pretty well thought out. The tech forward and tech ready Lexus NX.
Get special offers on select Lexus NX models.
I'm David Bentley, and I'm the branch manager at Desco in Greenup, Kentucky, and I'd like to share with you some of the successes in our community.
Desco Credit Union is a great community partner here with us in Greenup. I'm sure if you stop by Desco Credit Union and come and see David Bentley, he or one of his associates would be more than happy to help you with anything from a home loan to a vehicle loan or any of your financial needs.
We believe in Greenup, and we want to be a part of what makes you successful.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough, so the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? No way. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side. He's not the Sherrod for me.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Logan Regional Medical Center, where your health is our priority. We take pride in offering a comprehensive range of medical services with a team of dedicated professionals. Our facility is equipped with full-time specialists across varied fields, ensuring that you receive the highest quality care right here in Logan. And our emergency room is staffed 24/7, ready to provide immediate care when you need it most. Logan Regional Medical Center. Be well, live well. That's why we're here.
WSAZ Storm Chaser, powered by your 5-star Chevy dealers.
Now at 6, fast and furious storms rip through the region.
A wild weather afternoon that saw downed trees and power lines, street flooding, and even tornado warnings issued.
WSAZ 6 o'clock starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
All right, thanks for joining us. I'm Tim Ear.
And I'm Sarah Sager, alongside Nicholas Schneider. And it is a First Alert Weather Day as the outer bands of what was Hurricane Helene went through our region, and it has been wild.
Caused a lot of active weather, including, like you mentioned earlier, tornado warnings that were issued in portions of northern Kentucky and southern Ohio. All of that has expired now, but we're still seeing some conditions out there. Let's say 10 to 15, maybe even 15 to 20 mile-an-hour winds around the area. These are sustained winds. Let's talk about gusts. Still gusting 25 to 30 miles an hour over some spots, but it's a lot calmer than where we were during the earlier portions of the day for sure. We did even have that tornado warning like I was talking about. Still seeing a few showers around the area. No tornado warnings in effect. One lone severe thunderstorm warning in effect, though, for portions of Scioto County. This is until 6:30 p.m. Also Pike County in Ohio. Portsmouth to Lucasville to Piketon. Going to be a tough drive along US 23 here, so take it slow. Heavy rains, strong winds still coming out of that. Lighter showers, though, from Inez up to Louisa, through Huntington, through Greenup and Boyd counties. There is, from quoting from the National Weather Service, life-threatening flash flooding going on right now in Greenup County. There has been flash flooding reported there, especially in Raceland. A lot of street flooding going on in the underpasses there, so be prepared for that as well. 77 at the 5 p.m. hour. Still a few showers within the next couple of hours, though. Winds are going to calm down, and then by the time those games are up for football, everything should be much calmer and we should be looking a whole lot better. So coming up in the full forecast, we're talking about lighter weekend rains and rain slowly exiting the area, along with fall-like temperatures moving on in. We'll talk about it in just a little bit.
All right, accident today. There was a car that flipped during this whole storm thing that happened earlier today. All kinds of problems throughout the region. This particular crash happened while our crew was on the way to Boyd County. Wow. This was on 64 between the Ashland and Colton exits. On injuries, so our crew.
You can see how hard the rain's coming down there.
At the same time, yeah. Now, if we're on 52, we saw a lot of rain coming down the side of the hill right before the Ashland Bridge. The water was running down the hillside at one point and actually backing up on the road. It became a really big problem. WSAZ's Abby Lord is in Catlettsburg, Kentucky, where there are other problems. We're talking about a downed tree that backed up traffic.
Yeah, so right now the rain has come down, the winds have kind of settled down, but one thing that has not changed, Route 23 is still closed. You walk out of frame here, you can kind of see traffic is being diverted at Cattlesburg Elementary School. As you can see, there is a truck. If you do live here, you are able to go right through, or if you're working on it, you can go through. There's about 3 to 8 lines down around 55th Street in that area. Kentucky Power Repair just got here around 4:06. Well, and then they assessed the conditions, and then around 5:06, a couple poles just came in through. There is no estimated time of when the repairs will go through. To even assess the conditions and get everything all cleaned up. As you can see here, there are cones. We have big trucks turning into the elementary school. We even have a lady diverting traffic and helping get that situated. But once again, there is no time frame as to when the road will open or when the repairs will happen. Back to you guys.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Abby. Now, of course, when we do find that out and we have an update, all of our updates will be posted on
part of a big issue in Huntington this afternoon. Check out some video from Thursday. The rainfall too much for the storm. WSAZ's Andrew Colgrove joins us live in Huntington, where this is a huge tree that's caused a major issue for some homeowners. Andrew.
Yes, Sarah, we have seen quite a few trees down in Huntington today, none that have done more damage than this one here on the south side. You can see it's even brought up part of the sidewalk here and collapsed into this house. I talked to the man who lives here, a retired Cabell County teacher, Ron Caviani. He says he was actually just on his way to go on vacation with his wife to Michigan. They had just crossed the Ohio River, not gotten very far, when they got a call from a neighbor telling them about what had happened here. He says he had trouble getting home because of all the severe weather going on, all the backed up traffic, but finally got here, and says it was just devastating to see this. They have lived here close to 30 years. He's done quite a bit of work here in upkeep, and looking around inside, he says it's very possible that this is not going to be salvageable.
The whole left side of the car and the back end was just like almost clipped off. I mean, but thank goodness the frame, I guess, was sturdy, that kind of supported, because there was a couple kids in there with their mother. And
I'm sorry, that was not a clip. That was a woman outside of Huntington along Enslow Boulevard. Saw a tree collapse down onto a car with a mother and her side. But the man who lives here, Mr. Caviani, just saying it's starting to get emotional and set in that his home that he's been in close to 3 decades might not be fixable. But he says he and his wife are going to be staying in a camper in Beach Fork for a couple days as they figure out where to go from here. But they are asking us not to even mention the name of this street, because at this point they're worried about possible looters.
Yeah, very understandable and hard
Tough
to
situation.
Sometimes you even get attached to the tree that you've taken care of for that many years, and it can do a lot of damage. I think insurance agents around our area are going to be getting a lot of calls in the next couple of days. A lot of people know Mr. Caviani from being the orchestra director in Cabell County for years and years. So he had a lot of students who know that name, and I'm sure he has a lot of sympathy, that's for sure. For sure. Crews spent a good part of the afternoon cleaning up whatever they could. Another tree came down. This was on 5th Avenue right at 18th Street, right by the Marshall University campus. In fact, that's part of campus right there, and it caused a lot of problems today. Neither rain or heat nor the gloom of the U.S. Postal Service, and we saw a mail carrier in Huntington who had to fight the wind and conditions, along with a lot of the people who were walking up and down 5th Avenue in Huntington. The poor mail carrier, I asked her at one point, I said, would you rather work in this or a 95-degree and humid day? Her answer was 95 degrees and humid. Really? Okay. This kind of thing. I kind of thought she might like this. She was soaked, just soaked to the... Well, a strong wind ripped off part of the roof of this building in downtown Greenup. Check that out. Even vented a bit. Sent in to us by a viewer, and some of the parts of the roof are literally peeling back. That's how strong those winds were today. Yeah. Well, in Chesapeake, Ohio, a tree fell on an apartment building this afternoon. Happened in the 10,000 block of County Road 1. The owner of the apartment building said he was working on renovating the building, in fact, when he heard a loud boom. The tree there, right at the corner of the building, hit the roof, taking down 2 power lines with it. The good news here, no one was hurt. Several downed trees and power lines in a different part of our area, closing part of Sissonville Drive this afternoon.
WSAZ's Luke Hamilton joins us once again in Sissonville with a check on the conditions and what people can expect as far as power outages are concerned.
I'm here on Sissonville Drive, and I'm the parts of Archibald, near Kelmont Lane right now on Sissonville Drive where the road is closed. Now, the part where the tree actually fell on the line and got in the road is in between Archibald Drive, Leg Fork Road. Now, it's been closed since about 1 p.m. this afternoon, and AEP says the damaged line is in the road, and it's not safe to go down there right now. They also say that about 800 or more customers are affected by this power outage, and they're expecting it to be fixed by 9 p.m. this evening. But the crews here on scene have told me it's just an estimation for now. They're not really sure exactly when it will be fixed because there's thousands of people without power right now in this region. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Luke. Again, anything as far as power outages, we have links to the AEP website and the AEP power outage maps always on WSAZ.com. Just take your time, get to WSAZ.com, and we will take you to the AEP website.
Well, Heritage Farm in Huntington saw some rain. Thankfully, no damage when we were there this afternoon. They're gearing up for a festival, a fall fest, starting tomorrow at 10. So hopefully the rain holds off for tomorrow. All kinds of events out at Heritage Farm to celebrate Appalachian culture. Well, Tim, you're semi-retired, I guess we could say, from Football Friday night. And I bet on nights like tonight, you're really not that sad about missing shooting in the rain.
Yeah, it was always the nice weather that I like to take a camera out. The weather does not look favorable with remnants of the hurricane still in our region. In fact, many schools in our region had a last-minute change, and our game of the week had a last-minute change. But still braving the elements, Jimmy Tracy. He was relocated due to the cancellation. New game this week. Jimmy's very excited about this.
Yeah, you're like the mail carrier, Jimmy. We can't stop you. We keep you from those things.
Hey, I'm totally with that mail carrier. I would take 95 and super hot over shooting football in the rain 1,000 times out of 1,000. But you know what? Sometimes you got to just sideways here at Spring Valley about 20 minutes ago. As you can tell right now, look at that, some blue skies, some clouds, and we got a game with George Washington tonight. That's our game of the week for Week 5 football Friday night. Now, the only thing really holding up, warming up, is in that back left corner of the end zone. There's some standing water. They've had a pump there, getting all that water out of there. We should be ready to go for football in, once again, 7:30 start, so plenty of time to get things ready for GW and Spring Valley. Once again, that's our game of the week, and currently the Patriots looking like a top team in new Class Quad A. They are 4-0, playing pretty well so far. Spring Valley right now, they're in Class AAA, and they're 2-2. And they are coming off a really solid win over Cabell Midland last week, where they won by 30 points. The final score, 49. So once again, another exciting night of high school football here in our region. Some have been canceled, some moved to Saturday. Keith Morehouse has all those updates on sports later on. That's where we'll join you again. But right now, looking good for high school football. But as we could change in a heartbeat.
Yeah, just
Jim
like
Sarah,
the weather. That's for sure. Hey, thanks, Jimmy. Try to stay dry. We're going to catch up with Jimmy in about 15 minutes. We'll be right back.
Gray Media is growing. We're looking to hire new media executives right now at WSAZ. We're seeking good communicators with high energy and competitive ambition. To apply, go to the careers page on WSAZ.com or scan this QR code. Gray Media helps businesses grow with our catered services. Join the #1 TV station in the tri-state and grow your career with Gray and WSAZ today.
With Chevy trucks, be ready for adventure. With power you can count on. Capability that doesn't compromise. A hard-working EV with more range than any competitor and the potential to take you anywhere. Get 0% financing on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. Or get $5,750 total value on this Silverado when you trade in an eligible vehicle. See your 5-star Chevy dealer.
Attention foodies. Slow roasted beef and cheddar, curly fries, crispy curly fries, and all this other magical melty stuff. Arby's, we have the meat.
How we got here has everything to do with who we are. ARH is a healthcare system that serves our communities by providing excellent care. Service is the very foundation of who we are. Because of our dedication to our communities, U.S. News & World Report awarded ARH among the best high-performing hospitals for the treatment of congestive heart failure and COPD. Our story has always been about who we are. We are Appalachia. We are ARH.
Family Care Health Centers invite you to experience the rhythm and flavors of the Caribbean as we celebrate 35 years of service. October 4th at Berry Hills Country Club. Get your tickets at FamilyCareWV.org or call 304-760-6339.
This week's rains filling potholes near the Cabell-Putnam County line, and neighbors really frustrated, telling us they have had enough, demanding more attention be given to the construction of a new exit on I-64.
WSAZ's Curtis Johnson asked questions and visited that area Friday and found some improvement.
Potholes and the lack of progress. Two things residents say define the Cloden Interchange project.
There's no such thing for the past year or so having a clean car. It's impossible.
The state is spending more than $32 million to construct a new exit on Interstate 64 at the Cabell-Putnam County line. It may have been a rainy day Friday, but neighbor Steve Parsons says he's noticed less equipment and less manpower on site in recent weeks. That dovetailing with a perception of lacking progress, leaving Steve and his neighbors desperate and frustrated.
We wanted to see some relief. Make maintenance a priority on Benedict Road for the people who live out there. We don't have to drive through this continued potholes and mud and dust muck for unending time.
This document, obtained by WSAZ, shows the project is scheduled to be finished in August 2026. But I wanted to know if there's an update and what's being done to fix Steve's road.
What?
So I reached out to the State Department of Highways. Less than 2 hours after I sent this email, crews arriving Friday with a temporary fix. Asphalt milling from another project. Hours later, state highways officials confirming the Cloden Interchange is on a temporary pause. Contractors anticipate being back on the ground in October. Despite that, the completion date remains on schedule, with officials confirming Benedict Road is being addressed. As for Steve, he says residents want communication and progress, saying that may help neighbors be more patient.
I think if you don't see anything happening, then you get a mindset that nothing's ever going to happen. Nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to ever be complete. And I think if the more information you give the public, then they'll have a more understanding of why it's taking so long.
Curtis Johnson, WSAZ, Culloden.
Now, Triton Construction won the state contract for the Cloden Interchange. That's the same company that's widening I-64 between the Mall Road and 29th Street exits in Cabell County. We'll be right back.
WSAZ's kickoff forecast brought to you by the Dutch Miller Automotive family, proudly serving the people of West Virginia with friends and family pricing for more than 60 years.
They said I have to take tests when they tell me to.
They said my degree would cost a fortune, but I didn't have to listen to them
because a university that listens to me.
Tests on your time, courses on your time, graduate on your time. WGU, the University of You.
Hi, here at Keith's Kitchens, we can help you transform your kitchen in half the time and half the cost by letting us paint your existing kitchen cabinets. We remove your cabinet doors, sand, prime, and paint them. Exclusively here at Keith's Kitchens, our state-of-the-art Robotech sanding machine eliminates human error and saves time. And we're the only kitchen company in the area that gives you a baked-on sprayed finish. Give us a call at Keith's Kitchens and let us show you how we can transform your kitchen at half the cost.
What happened to Sherrod Brown? Brown backed higher taxes on paychecks, on gas, even higher taxes on Social Security. Why? To give illegal immigrants welfare and health care. It's bankrupting America and hurting Ohio. Brown's been in politics for 50 years. He's never had a real job. He's just another Washington politician. Time for a change. Buckeye Values PAC is responsible for the content of this message.
Get ready. Time for everyone's favorite fest, the original Chili Fest. With all the fun you to know and love, plus live music and entertainment, and of course, the world's best competition chili. Don't forget, you can take a chance to win a Toyota RAV4 from Advantage Toyota. It all benefits the Huntington Ronald McDonald House. WSAZ invites you to the event you've been waiting for, Chili Fest, Saturday, October 12th in downtown Huntington.
They said I have to take tests when they tell me to.
They said my degree would cost a fortune. But I didn't have to listen to them.
Because I have a university that listens to me.
Tests on your time, courses on your time, graduate on your time. WGU, the University of You.
Get your first alert weather with the free WSAZ weather app. From the Appalachian Regional Healthcare Weather Center, this is a First Alert Weather Day.
We have a flash flood emergency ongoing right now in South Shore, Kentucky, where they have seen a whole bunch of rain kind of add up. Emergency management has reported, quote from the National Weather Service, life-threatening flash flooding going on in South Shore, Kentucky right now. Want to get that info out of here. Here's those storms coming on through. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Scioto and Pike counties until further notice here with these gusty winds coming out of these storms. No more tornado threat with any of these storms, but 55 to 65 mile-an-hour winds still occurring over in that Pike County area. Again, here is that flash flood emergency. It's on the other side of the Ohio River, South Shore, Kentucky. They've seen in the last 3 hours 3.5 inches of rain come down, and according to emergency management over there and according to our discussions with the National Weather Service, life-threatening flash flooding is going on right now in South Shore, Kentucky. Wanted to pass that info along to you as we're going throughout the night. The good news is storms are exiting as we move forward into time here, so the flood threats will be diminishing. Breezes will calm as well, and by the 10 p.m. hour, we're not feeling too bad. So drier air continues to work on in, and that's the good thing. We definitely need to see that after a whole lot of rain that we did see today. Here's the big old storm system right here. Lots of moisture associated, lots of winds associated with this as well. We'll continue to see on and off showers as we move into the day tomorrow, especially along and west of the Big Sandy River, and then on Sunday along and east of the Big Sandy River, we will see a little bit of shower activity over there as well. This is all beneficial stuff. It's not going to cause too huge of a deal. In fact, we can show you our projected rainfall totals here. Not a whole lot going on. We'll be lucky to see a ½ an inch, if that, over the next 2 days here. Again, right where this camera is located is where that flash flood emergency is, looking on the other side of the river from Portsmouth. If I could point it straight down, I would, but according to emergency management there in Greenup County, on the other side of the river from Portsmouth, they're seeing catastrophic flash flooding right now, and a flash flood emergency is in place in South Shore, Kentucky. Keeping that in mind. Temperatures near the average mark over the next couple of days, so not feeling too bad out there. Football games may be a little rough for you, but again, too bad. The breezes are calming down. A lot of the rain will be calming down as well. We're spotlighting G-Dub at Spring Valley this evening. Temperatures in the 70s, and again, we'll be feeling a little bit better as we move forward throughout the night. Overnight tonight, 62 degrees with isolated evening showers. Widespread light rain will be coming a little bit later on. We're calming those winds down as well. For the day tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures into the middle and upper 70s. Beneficial rains moving in. Nothing too bad here. We won't see anything that will cause any sort of flash flood threat or, of course, any strong winds here as well. So there's some good news for you right there. We're looking at light rains on Sunday, light rains on Monday and Tuesday, and then much cooler temperatures by Wednesday with fall weather pushing on in. Temperatures dropping into the upper 40s and lower 50s. Highs only in the upper 60s and lower 70s on Wednesday. That'll feel nice. Thursday totally dry and Friday totally dry, but we're feeling a little bit warmer by the end of the week.
In the meantime, there's some serious stuff to keep our eyes on today.
Yes, over in South Shore, keeping that in mind. Flash flood emergency till further notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Nick.
Coming up, the weather affecting football Friday night, too.
But plenty of games still on tap. We're live next with Keith and Jimmy in sports.
Breakfast 2 for $3 is so good. Nation code names.
Bis squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit. Sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
No matter what you call it, choose wisely. Choose
breakfast 2 for $3.
On your period, gush. Serves 2 times.
And stripping your skin. I use new Olay cleansing melts every day. Just soak, activate, wash to clean, tone, and refresh. That's a 3 times better clean. Olay.
When we think about substance use disorder in our communities, we can use this as an example of how to work together. It may seem small, but in creating this mural, everyone played a role in breaking through stigma and turning something vibrant and meaningful. This is a huge sign of support, solidarity, and love. When it comes to how we think about recovery, it takes all of us to break through addiction. Learn more at backtolifewv.org.
I'm Sherrod Brown, and I approve this message.
Bernie Moreno says
there's no shenanigans in our company. We don't allow it. We don't tolerate it.
But the truth is, time and again, Bernie Moreno was caught failing to properly pay workers the overtime they earned. And the judge disciplined Moreno for shredding evidence to cover it up.
Moreno was ultimately ordered to pay more than $400,000 to his former employees for stolen overtime wages.
Bernie Moreno. Can't trust him to be for you.
Hey, man, my guy. This guy.
Remembering that one guy's name is hard. Hiring Morgan & Morgan for your injury is easy.
My man.
Morgan & Morgan. The choice is easy.
WSAZ's Game of the Week, brought to you by CJ Hughes. Safety Quality Production. WSAZ News Sports, brought to you by your local Star Chevy dealer.
Another storm dramatize our issues because we know what havoc Hurricane Helene has wreaked down south. But the remnants this far north affecting football Friday night. Several postponements and even a cancellation. Ironton was supposed to play Clarkson North from Canada, but that's been changed because Ironton now going to move the game to Green High School. Look, they had some structural damage to Tanks Memorial Stadium, and these are some of the pictures. They will play the game at Green at 8:30. We'll get you highlights tonight at 10 and 11. Even Jimmy Tracy had to switch locations tonight because of a postponement. He's now at Spring Valley, where he joins us live. Jimmy, crazy Friday for sure.
Oh, no doubt, Keith. Even this game was a little bit up in the air because over my right shoulder in that back corner, there's some standing water, a little bit left, but they've pumped a lot of it out. You can see we are going to have minutes. Valley on the field warming up. So is George Washington. A crazy day for sure. If it's not lightning, it's a hurricane affecting things here in high school football. So he's just saying the Redskins town name for sure. Now, of course, both teams decent starts for the year. GW more than Spring Valley. Patriots are 4-0. Spring Valley is currently 2-2 and have a common opponent. A couple of weeks ago, GW edged Cabell Midland at home. And then last week, Spring Valley went to Midland and walloped the Knights by 30 points. So that could give Spring Valley some motivation, knowing the same team that GW beat, Spring Valley beat them a lot worse. But as you can say, a lot of times in sports, weather's a great equalizer. We'll see what the wet turf does to how both teams approach the football game. Keith, should be a fun night here, at least right now, partly, but rains could come in anytime, I'm guessing.
Take nothing for granted, Jimmy, that's for sure. Here's a look at the schedule. To the east of us, things are fine. Cabell Midland and Hurricane, Logan, Winfield, Wayne's at Nitro. That game's going to start a little bit later because Wayne had some trouble over. Parkersburg's at Capitol, Poca at Williamstown. Also in West Virginia and Kentucky, got some cancellations too. Braxton County and Roane are going to play that Clarkson North game we talked about with Ironton, now at Green. Portsmouth West Minford, now Saturday at 7. Ashland is at Greenup County. And also South Point is at Fairland. Portsmouth and Chesapeake is now a Saturday game. So is Johnson Central and Boyd. Magoffin County and Belfry also moved to Saturday. So Fleming County and Russell on for tonight. We'll get you highlights of that as well. Even the travel itinerary for Western Michigan to Huntington was disrupted because of the storm. But we talked with Coach Lance Taylor earlier this afternoon. The Broncos are in place and ready to take on the Herd tomorrow at 3:30. For Marshall, their first home game in nearly a month. Let's back Josh Moten with a Broncos report.
a veteran quarterback that we actually 2 years ago at Old Dominion, Hayden. They have good skill positions and they have good tight ends. Most importantly, they have a great O-line too. I say most importantly, it's just dealing with the changes, the motions, stuff like that, knowing always where the tight end's at, and stopping the run. They have a good running back in O-line, and limiting the deep shots, to take a lot of deep shots with play actions and stuff like that, and they set it up good with just being able to run the ball.
All right, we'll see you on Football Friday night.
Yep.
Yeah, weather affecting all levels.
Thanks for joining us.
More people watch WSAZ News than all the other local newscasts combined. WSAZ, making a difference.
This is my legacy.
A legacy is earned, built on years of trust and reliability. To build the best vehicles with the best value. Right now, get a Tundra with low 1.99% APR.
This is my legacy.
Toyota, let's go places.
When your child has moderate to severe eczema, it's okay for them to show off. Show off their clear itch with Dupixent. Because children 6 months and older with eczema have plenty of reasons to show off their skin. With Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists, they can stay ahead of their eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't take asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. To the world. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough, so the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? No way. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side. He's not the Sherrod I used to know. He's way too liberal for me.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Tonight, the staggering death toll as Helene barrels up the southeast after leaving 4 million without power. The hurricane slamming Florida as a monster Category 4 storm. The impact across 15 states, more than 40 dead. Historic and catastrophic flooding. In Tennessee, dozens trapped on a hospital roof, airlifted out. A flash flood emergency in Atlanta. Hundreds rescued across the region. Tom Yamas in the storm zone tonight. Also breaking, Kamala Harris making her first visit to the border as the Democratic nominee. Now she's hitting back at Donald Trump over immigration. And Mr. Trump meeting Ukraine's President Zelensky, vowing to negotiate a deal to end Russia's war that's, quote, good for both sides. Israel striking Hezbollah's headquarters in Beirut. The target, the group's top leader. Richard Engel on the ground for us. Prime Minister Netanyahu under pressure for a ceasefire. His defiant message today to the UN. The hacking attack on the Trump campaign linked to Iran, who the U.S. has now charged. New York Mayor Eric Adams pleading not guilty to federal corruption charges. The mounting calls for him to step down. The beloved two-time Oscar winner and star from Harry Potter and Downton Abbey, remembering Maggie Smith. And live from New York, SNL's new season kicking off this weekend, celebrating 50 years of laughs.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. The impact of Hurricane Helene has been nothing of devastating. Its wide footprint leaving an indelible and tragic mark across more than a dozen states, from Florida, where it made landfall, to the Carolinas and beyond. The fast-moving hurricane blamed for at least 42 deaths across the region, and fears that number could grow. Helene slamming ashore overnight with winds of 140 miles per hour, driving a storm surge 15 feet high. The fierce winds and heavy rains inundating roads, forcing a dramatic airlift of patients from a Tennessee hospital. Tonight, Helene continuing to weaken, but the situation still very critical in many places. Historic and catastrophic flooding continues. Atlanta recording its first flash flood emergency on record. Through it all, millions are still without electricity tonight. Tom Yamas reports now from the storm zone.
Tonight, Helene no longer a hurricane, but still taking homes and lives. The massive hurricane that slammed into Florida, overwhelming first responders. Rescues along the East Coast from Florida to South Carolina. In Tennessee, a hospital sending out an SOS when it became surrounded by water. Patients stranded, forced onto the roof, and airlifted out. Helene made landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast, but the impact stretching 1,000 miles across 15 states, killing dozens. Overnight, desperate residents posting previews of what daylight would bring. And in Clearwater, fire departments battling flash floods and flames, searching for those stranded.
Anybody in your house?
With that massive hurricane now comes the massive response. Local, state, and federal resources all allocated towards Florida and the full power, of course, of the U.S. military.
Here in Keaton Beach, devastation as far as you can see.
We have a lot of memories of it. A lot.
Boats tossed onto land and homes completely flattened.
It's just sad.
Janine McMullen raised her family in Keaton Beach. Her house is still standing, but half of it is underwater.
I told my oldest grandson this morning that I was pretty sure my house was gone. He said it'd be all right, and that as long as we were all safe, and we are.
After crushing the Gulf Coast, Helene moved north. In North Carolina, cars submerged and roads vanished amid extreme flooding not seen in almost a century. NBC News' George Solis is there.
Here in Nashville, the flooding is catastrophic. Homes, businesses completely swallowed by a river that was already swollen by days of rain ahead of Helene's arrival.
And in Georgia, swift water rescue teams ushering this woman and her baby to safety. NBC's Priya Sridhar is on the ground.
This is one of several neighborhoods here in Atlanta that's completely underwater. It's unclear exactly when this water will recede so people can return to their properties and begin to assess the damage.
In southern Georgia, our Priscilla Thompson talked to a homeowner who narrowly escaped Helene's high winds.
What made you get in the hallway?
When this first tree crashed on the top of the house.
Bill Parmalee lost 15 trees in his yard. He had just finished repairing his home from the last hurricane. A similar story back in Florida.
I didn't realize that we were going to have this much damage, but it's nothing that we can't fix.
Paul Millard's business was destroyed for the second time in just 13 months.
It really hit me in the heart, to be honest with you. We worked so hard to bring this building where it is, and to see this happen again.
But among all the destruction, a bit of relief. Unable to evacuate, the staff of Tampa General Hospital set up a 9-foot aqua fence to protect patients. As the water rushed in, turning the building into an island, the fence held.
All right, let's go to Tom now, live from Keaton Beach. Tom, some have truly lost everything.
Yeah, Lester, take a look behind me here. You have boats on top of homes. And tonight we have our drone over Keaton Beach. You can see the extent of the damage. I'm told many of the people here don't have insurance. They did at one point, but there were back-to-back hurricanes and then insurance rates skyrocketed. People could no longer afford that. So now you have a new hurricane, no insurance, the home is destroyed, and now there's no money to rebuild. Lester?
All right, Tom Yamas, thank you. Now to Vice President Harris making a trip to the southern border, set to propose asylum restrictions, but facing a new round of criticism from former President Trump over information just released by immigration authorities. Gabe Gutierrez is in Arizona.
Tonight, Vice President Harris landing in Arizona for her first trip to the southern border in 3 years, but also facing new criticism from former President Trump after the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director sent a letter to lawmakers revealing more than 13,000 migrants previously convicted of homicide are currently free inside the U.S.
And I've been saying this from the beginning of the Harris-Biden disaster. What they've done to our country with this is inexcusable.
A source familiar with the data tells NBC News many entered the country prior to the Biden administration and that ICE lacks resources to find them. All of it after Trump earlier today met with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
A great honor to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Trump calling it a great meeting.
I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. I think that we can work out something good for both sides.
Meanwhile, here in rural Cochise County, Arizona, a senior campaign official says Harris will propose tighter asylum restrictions than President Biden. There's been a record 10 million illegal border crossings since Harris and President Biden took office.
We do have a broken immigration system, and it needs to be fixed.
Still, crossings have dropped dramatically in recent months, and Harris is slamming Trump for killing a bipartisan border bill earlier this year. How frustrating was that for you?
Absolutely frustrating.
Harris supporter and former sheriff's deputy Danya Acosta voted for Trump in 2016, but now says he's relying on fear.
That's really sad that people are being used as pawns for political reasons.
This has been in your family for more than 100 years.
128.
Though rancher John Ladd says the Biden-Harris administration should never have...
50 years later. The not ready for primetime players have given us memorable characters.
Hello, I'm Baba Wawa.
Both real and imagined.
Well, isn't that special?
With fearless comedians who never needed a stunt double.
Here's you, here's Matt, there's you, there.
How do you sum up SNL's impact on culture?
They weren't going to pander to the audience. They were going to produce material that they thought was cool.
I don't have a mean bone in my body.
One spared from their slapstick skewering. I'm not strategery. Certainly not politicians.
I can see Russia from my house.
With moments that generate laughs and court controversy, like when Sinead O'Connor ripped up a picture of the Pope. At times, the show was criticized for a lack of diversity. But it remains bad for A-list stars.
No, I did not.
Ego Wodum steps as she starts her 7th season.
To be a
Meet more of my comedy heroes.
Just like the character Sally O'Malley. After half a century, SNL's still kicking. Joe Fryer, NBC News, New York.
The fun times return. That is Nightly News for this Friday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
Okay, thank you, Father.
Yeah, yes, thanks very much.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here we are, SNL, season 50. 50 years of hosts, 50 years of laughs, 50 years of...
550.
T.
There is one T. When you get that same letter, it's going to be worth an extra $1,000 here. And it's 650.
S.
Good idea. There are 9 S's. We'll be here for a while. That's also the same letter, so an extra $1,000 for you with that one. $7,400. What would you like to do?
I like to buy a vowel.
Yes, I figured.
A.
1A. Well, you can still cheer for one.
I'd like to buy another vowel.
Okay.
E.
Couple of E's.
I'd like to buy one more vowel.
Go ahead.
O.
There are 3 O's. Over $6,000.
Let me go ahead and take an I.
You got 2 I's. You're in control, you're in charge, and you're filling out that puzzle board nicely. Methodically working your way through it, 500.
C.
2 C's.
I like to buy the vowel U.
You know it's there. That's going to do it for the vowels.
Okay, I'm going to solve.
Okay.
Staplers, scissors, school supplies.
And that's how it's done.
Yes.
We're off to a nice start. We'll be right back. A lot more game to play tonight. Stay with us.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough, so the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? No way. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side. He's not the Sherrod I used to know. He's way too liberal for me.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Get 0% APR on 2024 Sierra 1500 Denali models. That's over $6,400 in average finance savings.
You're going to get an R. Pick up that trip that we heard about. Hang on to that. So now you got $500. You can buy a vowel, you can solve, or you could spin. 500. L. No L. No. Arlequia. 700.
G.
No G. Amy? 500.
B.
There is a B. So you now have $500.
Ooh.
You can buy a vowel. Or...
Okay, I will buy a vowel.
Okay.
I would like an O.
Yeah, there is an O. I like watching you play this game. You're entertaining us all. All right, now you got 500 there.
F.
There is an F. One F.
I'm going to get an I.
You're going to get 2 I's. Is everything? Do we need a medic? Are you all right?
No, I'd like to solve.
Okay, I didn't know what the screen was. Solve it.
A wide variety of subjects.
Yes! That's it! I believe Van and I have lavender backstage if you call.
Oh, I'm good.
You're going to get $1,000 house minimum for that round. Congratulations. Your enthusiasm is contagious. We'll be right back with the prize puzzle right after this.
Future contestants, we want to meet you. Learn how at wheeloffortune.com. First grade teacher Kelsey Grant couldn't hide her excitement when she won our prize puzzle to Maui. Kelsey and husband Alec maximized their time to fit everything in. Golfing, a luau, a black sand beach, and just taking in the scenery for a much-needed island getaway.
Thank you for amazing Maui vacation.
From windows to doors and siding, Window World offers countless options with our custom-built products. We understand upgrading your home is a major investment.
That's why we're proud to offer multiple financing options to make your dreams a reality. Call or visit our showroom to learn more about making your next exterior remodeling project easy and affordable. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate today.
Window World, simply the best for less.
With the right support and care, a seed can grow into a resilient plant. Recovery takes patience and tension.
That's all the vowels. 700.
D.
1 D. 700.
M.
Mm-hmm. Wild card. Need a letter.
R.
Yeah, there is an R. That's $500. Pick up that wild card. That could help out in a little bit. Let's set that down.
Oh, I'm going to solve, okay?
I had no idea. Solve it.
Museums and galleries.
That's it. All of America is standing by for the moment that's about to happen. How would you like to go on a trip to Curacao?
This beautiful getaway earns an A+, Amy. Escape to the sun-kissed waters of the Southern Caribbean at the Curacao Marriott Beach Resort. This tropical oasis creates magical memories to last a lifetime. Curacao, feel it for yourself. $8,500.
She's in tears. She's in tears.
Oh, my God.
The triple toss-up is coming up next. We'll be right back. Congratulations.
Thank you.
$12,500.
Closed captioning sponsored by... As a doctor, my recommendation is simple. Every home should have Salon Pus. Powerful, yet non-addictive. Targeted and long-lasting. I recommend Salon Pus. It's good medicine.
What happened to Sherrod Brown? Brown backed higher taxes on pay.
There is an N. Ryan. H. Yeah, there is an H. Right about there. And the time starts now. I love my daughter, Lily. Nope, but that, I'm sure she appreciates that. Lakia.
R.
There are 2 R's. 3 seconds. Okay, Amy.
L.
No L. Ryan. V. There is a V. The Amazon River. Lily says, thank you. Yeah! Let's go! Congratulations, Ryan. So let's see. $8,000 for you, my friend. Nice to meet you. Thanks for all the good spirits. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
And Lakia, we've got $9,150 and a great night.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure meeting you. Keep it up.
Same here.
Thank you. Well, Amy, I don't know what's going to happen in the next few minutes on this very show. $14,500. You've got the trip. You've got the wild card. We're going to the bonus round. There are 3 categories to choose from. Thing, people, living thing. Make some noise.
People!
Okay. We'll come back and do that. It's Fan Friday, and someone at home won a fabulous prize. Let's see what Maggie is up to and hear all about it.
That's right. Tonight, one wheel watcher has the chance to win a fabulous tour of Croatia, one of the hottest destinations to visit, courtesy of Road Scholar. With your own privately chartered cruiser, explore rural villages, seaside palaces, and more. Log on to wheeloffortune.com and enter the Fan Friday word of the day to see if you're a winner.
When you have something to get done today, getting everything you need today is helpful. Order online at Ace and we'll deliver same day. Or we'll have it ready for pickup in 15 minutes.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Molly leaving was one thing, but then I thought Mom's weak bones might keep us stuck on the couch. No way. If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can do more than just slow bone loss. You can build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity. Evenity is proven to reduce spine fracture risk by 73%. I heard her say the Evenity she's taking builds new bone. Builds new bone!
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a cardiovascular problem. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions and low blood calcium have occurred. Tell your doctor about jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity, or about pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred.
Building new bone.
All right, and you had that wild card, so you get one more consonant.
I'll take a D.
Let's see what we got up there. There's 1, 2.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, the category is people. You've got 10 seconds to solve it. I want you to win this so badly. Good luck.
High achievers.
And that's it. Congratulations. You want to see it?
Amy, you're going to need a bigger desk. $40,000.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. $54,500. so thrilled. What a night.
Oh my God!
A lot of people cheering you on tonight. Thank you, Amy. Nice to meet you both. Vanna and I will be right back.
Check out all the fun gift ideas for your next Wheel of Fortune watch party. From apparel to games to drinkware. Go to shopwheeloffortune.com.
I just love those moments. That's what this show is all about.
It really is. It never gets old. I love seeing this.
Amy said in the break that she was so excited, she asked me, are we on? Can I just throw up right now? I said, well, if you can hold it. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye,
What a great week. Come on.
We're here to pick winning numbers for Friday, September 27th. I'm David Sagula, and here are tonight's winning pick 3 numbers. Tonight's winning pick 3, 6, 1, 5. Repeating tonight's winning pick 3, 6, 1, 5. Now the winning pick 4 numbers. Tonight's winning pick 4, 8, 1, 4, and 9.
Parlay that combines multiple bets in one wager shares its name with an all-play-all tournament. Kate.
Which a round robin?
Yes.
All bets 800.
Guess the color of Gatorade dumped on the coach's head to win this 4-letter kind of side bet. Not sports gamblers here, maybe? That's a prop bet. Back to you, Kate.
All bets 1,000.
The martingale betting system suggests at least do this after every loss to recoup the initial stake. Kate.
What's ante?
No. Maddie or Marianne? In that system, you double your wager every time. Back to you, Kate.
Okay, nicknames for 600.
The standard American World War I training aircraft, the Curtiss JN-4, had this female nickname. JN-4, it was the Jenny. Back to you, Kate.
Wild lines for 800.
In the Old Testament, an angel tells Hagar that she will bear a son who will be a wild man, and that she should call him this. Maddie.
Who's Ishmael?
Yes.
Wild 600.
In a 1964 Caldecott Medal winner, young Max cries, "Let the wild this start." Maddie.
What is rumpus?
Right.
Wild 1000.
None of nature's landscapes are ugly so long as they are wild, this environmentalist wrote in 1898. Marianne.
Who is Muir?
Good for 1,000.
Wild lines 400, please.
Buffalo Bill met the Queen of England at the door of the box with my sombrero in my hand and welcomed her to this place. Kate.
It's the Wild West.
Welcomed her to the Wild West, that's correct, and pulls you into a tie for the lead with Maddie. We're halfway through the round and we're going to take a short break, but we'll come right back.
We say the measure of who we are is what we do with what we have. But for us, it's who we have. At ARH, we are a family of committed healthcare professionals. Our strength is our commitment to collaboration across our healthcare system that values our employees. ARH is honored to be recognized as one of Forbes' best places to work for 2023. We are a community of people who want the best for you. Our story is your story. We are Appalachia. We are ARH.
When he's done all his squats and it's all about them slots.
It's how it's got to be.
When he hits on that bet, he gets paid fast, don't fret.
I got my money.
When she planned a date, but now he's running late. That means more time for me. Or when the rush is done and now she wants some fun.
It's the chance I see.
Life would be dull if we never took a chance. Bet Rivers.
Take a chance.
Don't be the guy.
Marianne.
What is Nova Scotia?
You got it.
Wild lines 200.
Why do you lead me on one of these ridiculous quests? An unhappy Sancho Panza asks Don Quixote. Kate. Doesn't have it. Maddie or Marianne? Because of the category, it's a wild goose chase. Back to you, Marianne.
Nicknames 400.
Wrigley Field is nicknamed the Friendly These. Kate.
What is confines?
Right.
Nicknames 1,000.
Answer there. We finally found the daily double in the round. And a chance for you to take the lead here, Kate. What do you want to wager?
I'll wager 2,200, please.
All right, you'll have 5,400 if you're right in nicknames. New Orleans is also called this city because of its placement on a sharp bend of the Mississippi River.
What is the Crescent City?
That's enough to give you the lead, yes. 4 clues left now.
R off, 200.
Let the R take a break from the energy required to move an object against a force and season this Asian pan. Maddie.
What's a wok?
Work to walk, yes.
O Canada, 1,000.
It has been the capital of British Columbia ever since the province joined Canada in 1871. Maddie?
What is Victoria?
It is.
Nicknames, 200.
The International Rose Test Garden is in this Oregon city, nicknamed the City of Roses. Kate?
What is Portland?
That's correct. Here's your last clue in all bets. It's the 4-letter bet where you get paid if your horse comes in first, second, or even third. What is show? Win, place, or show? All right, tight game between Maddie and Kate at the end of the Jeopardy round. Marianne selects first in Double Jeopardy when we come back.
My granddaughters have worked hard to excel in sports. It's tough enough, so the idea that Sherrod Brown voted to allow transgender biological men to compete in girls' sports, it's unfair and dangerous. And introducing a bill to allow biological men in girls' locker rooms? No way. I thought Sherrod Brown was on my side. He's not the Sherrod I used to know. He's way too liberal for me.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Tacoma has a dominant legacy as America's favorite small pickup for almost 2 decades. Known for reliability and capability. Now buy a Tacoma with low 4.99 APR or lease an SR for $279 a month.
This is my legacy.
Toyota, let's go places.
Get ready. It's time for every
type of this spider makes a hissing sound when threatened. Kate.
What's a tarantula?
Right.
It's a crisis 16.
A crisis was sparked by this leader's 1958 demand that the U.S. and its allies pull their troops out of West Berlin. Maddie.
Who's Khrushchev?
It was.
It's a crisis 400.
In the 1898 Fashoda crisis, the British squared off with this country's Major Marchand over rights to the Sudanese Nile. Kate?
What is Egypt?
No, I'm sorry. Marianne.
What is France?
It is France.
Words that should rhyme for 400.
A short life story of someone and a 3-member musical act. Kate.
What is trio and bio?
Right.
Cameos 12.
Answer. Daily double. Comes late in the game, Kate, possibly in a category nobody wanted to find it in. How much do you want to wager?
I'll wager 7,000.
Okay, wow, that would give you the lead if you're right in cameos. Here's your clue. Ming-Na Wen voiced the title character in this 1998 film and made a cameo in the 2020 live-action remake.
What is Mulan?
You're in the lead. It is Mulan. 2 clues left, Kate.
It's a crisis 2000.
A 21st century humanitarian crisis was caused by the Islamist insurgency of this group, also called the Nigerian Taliban. Maddie.
What is Boko Haram?
Now you're back on top. Here's your final clue in cameos. This legendary guitarist appeared as Captain Jack Sparrow's Pop in Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. Kate.
Who's Keith Richards?
It is Keith Richards, but that still leaves you $400 behind Maddie as we head into Final Jeopardy. What a game. Here's the category that will settle this. Landmarks. You make your wagers, we'll come back with the clue.
Closed captioning sponsored in part by
Sleep more deeply and wake up rejuvenated. Purple Mattress's exclusive Gel Flex Grid draws away heat, relieves pressure, and instantly adapts. Sleep better. Live purple.
Join the millions who are feeling the power of Osteo Biflex, the #1 pharmacist recommended joint care supplement.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. Some things should stand the test of time. Long-lasting EYLEA HD could significantly improve your vision. More More people on EYLEA HD had no fluid in the retina compared to those on EYLEA at 4 months. EYLEA HD is the only wet AMD therapy that helped 8 out of 10 people go up to 4 months between injections after 3 initial monthly treatments. If you have an eye infection, eye pain or redness, or allergies to EYLEA HD, don't use. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects were blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye floaters. And there's still so much to see. If you are on EYLEA or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about EYLEA HD today for the potential for fewer injections.
Some things stand the test of time, like a family car. The Hartford has been insuring experienced drivers for generations. Many who switched to the AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford saved an average of $577. For what's worth protecting, the Hartford is here.
To get your free quote, go to visithartfordauto.com. The Bucks got your back.
Protect against RSV with Arexvy. Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain. Arexvy is #1 in RSV vaccine shots. RSV? Make it Arexvy.
Buckeye Values PAC is responsible for the content of this message.
Family Care Health Centers invite you to experience the rhythm and flavors of the Caribbean as we celebrate 35 years of service. October 4th at Berry Hills Country Club. Get your tickets at FamilyCareWV.org or call 304-760-6339.
In a very tight game, landmarks is the final Jeopardy category. And here's the clue. At its dedication, Senator John Sherman said, "Simple in form, it rises into the skies higher than any other work of human art." 30 seconds, players. Good luck. We'll begin in the middle with Marianne McGowan, who had $5,400. Her response was the Washington Monument. And that's correct. The highest building on Earth when it was completed. How much did you wager, Marianne? 5,000 brings you to 10,400. Kate Resch was in second place with 20,200. She wrote down the Washington Monument, and she finished that T in the nick of time. How much will you add, Kate? $8,000. You're now in the lead with 28,200. Maddie Carwile had 20,600. Did she come up with the Washington Monument? Oh, the St. Louis Arch. What did it cost her? Almost everything, dropping her down to $600. And Kate Resch is a Jeopardy champion. Congratulations. Thanks for being with us this week on Jeopardy. We'll see you on Monday.